Well, this hour, we take a look at what is a high-stakes NATO summit this week, where the United States and its Western allies aim to ensure a united front against Russia. Can they do that? Well, I'm Becky Anderson. Hello and welcome back to Connect the World. That is what we will discuss this hour. From the UN to Brussels, world leaders are looking at ways to help Ukraine and punish Russia. US President Joe Biden on his way to NATO headquarters right now. The NATO chief says the alliance will increase its forces in the region. Have a listen.
I expect leaders will agree to strengthen NATO's posture in all domains, with major increases to our forces in the eastern part of the alliance. The first step is the deployment of 4 new NATO battle groups in Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania and Slovakia.
Well, the British Defence Ministry says Russian forces are now trying to surround Ukrainian troops in the east. You can see there on that map the Russians moving in from Kharkiv in the north and Mariupol in the south. And here's a new look at Mariupol. The landscape smouldering and battered. Meantime, Russia claims it hit a military arsenal in northwestern Ukraine with missiles launched from the sea. This missile fired off the coast of Crimea. The fighting was set to stop briefly in and around Luhansk to let people get out. Luhansk is in the disputed Donbass region of eastern Ukraine. Well, it's impossible to know right now just how many lives have been lost in this conflict so far. In one part of Ukraine, graves are being dug for soldiers who haven't even died yet. CNN's Ivan Watson takes us there.
This military cemetery brings home the stark reality Ukraine has been living with for years. All of these crosses, they mark the graves of Ukrainian servicemen who've died fighting against Russian-backed separatists in the Donbass region since 2014. And on this side, we have new graves, and they're devoted to casualties from Russia's invasion of Ukraine that was launched on February 24th of this year. One of the fallen is Mikhail Zadyraka, born in 1997, just 25 years old. And if you come over here, you see something else which is a reminder of how grim this conflict is. The authorities have dug dozens of additional graves, anticipating the likelihood of more casualties in this terrible conflict. This refrigerator truck represents another side of this war. It's parked outside a city morgue, and city officials say that it is partially filled with the bodies of some 350 Russian soldiers. There is another refrigerator truck, they say, that is parked in another part of the city with around 400 Russian corpses. And when you come to this side here, you can smell the stench of cadavers. The Ukrainian officials say that they are conducting DNA tests of the Russian dead and that they are then going to send these bodies to the Ukrainian capital to eventually be returned to Russia and to the families for proper burial. Ivan Watson, CNN, Dnipro, Ukraine.
Natasha Bertrand connecting us to Brussels now, and I want to get on the ground in Ukraine with Phil Black shortly. But this week couldn't be bigger as far as Europe, NATO, the Allies are concerned. It's, we've got 2 enormously high-stakes meetings. I guess the question that everybody really wants to understand at this point is, what do those present or those attending believe that they can achieve next? Because ultimately this is about ending this war. And yet we see no sign of that on the ground, do we?
We don't, Becky, and we also don't necessarily see concrete signs by NATO that they're willing to impose certain things on Ukraine, like a no-fly zone, for example, that Ukraine says might hasten an end to the war, right? What we heard today from Jens Stoltenberg, who's the chief of NATO, is that tomorrow's discussion will primarily be about how the NATO alliance can defend itself. And of course, there will be talks surrounding how the NATO members can send weaponry into Ukraine and what kind of weapons the Ukrainians need in order to sustain their fight against the Russians. But ultimately, this meeting is going to be about how they can shore up those defenses on the eastern flank of NATO. And Jens Stoltenberg did say, he did preview some pretty significant things that could be agreed upon tomorrow, including major force increases on that eastern flank in eastern NATO countries, as well as providing them with additional defensive equipment, such as surface-to-air missile systems, things that could allow the eastern flank countries to defend themselves if Russia did come dangerously close to their territory and even come into their territory with a missile attack, for example. So ultimately, this is going to be about reshaping NATO's, their defenses in the face of this brand new security environment. And, I did ask Jens Stoltenberg whether there would be any discussion of red lines here. What if Russia used a chemical weapons attack against Ukraine? What if they used weapons of mass destruction? And he would not go into that in detail, but he did say that any use of chemical weapons by Russia would have severe consequences. Take a listen.
Any use of chemical weapons would totally change the nature of the conflict. And it will be a blatant violation of international law and will have far-reaching consequences. And I think that's the most important message to convey, that any use of chemical weapons is absolutely unacceptable and will have far-reaching consequences.
So I think that's one of the biggest questions going into this is, will those red lines be discussed? And if Russia does cross some of those red lines that the U.S. and the international community have said are just flatly unacceptable, then what is NATO prepared to do about it? I think that's still very much an open question, Becky.
Natasha Petron is in Brussels. There are a few places, thank you, Natasha, where it does appear Ukrainian forces are pushing back. I want to get to the action on the ground and bring in Phil Black at this point. Phil, in and around Kyiv, Russia's efforts to encircle the capital have been static for more than 2 weeks. In the last few days, Ukrainian forces have regained control of the town of Makariv and are putting growing pressure on forward Russian positions there in Bucha and Hostomel. Let me just bring up two other maps before I get to you. Elsewhere in the east, Russia's efforts to link up gains to the southeast of Kharkiv with territories that they have held since 2014 in Ukraine's far east are focused on Izium. There are reports of Russian setbacks there. And in Kharkiv itself, the city has been massively damaged but not yet captured. And in the south, the area between Kherson and Mykolaiv remains a focus of Ukrainian counter-offensive, which has inflicted heavy losses on Ukrainian forces at the airport just north of Kherson. Phil, the story on the ground is mixed, isn't it? But let's be quite clear. This war is grinding on as we see and talk about this diplomatic effort to ratchet up action against Russia and continue to provide deterrence for NATO allies. That's all well and good. That's happening in Brussels. You're on the ground. We are seeing some wins, as it were, for Ukraine. What's the bottom line here? What's the bigger picture?
Yeah, I guess, Becky, on one hand, it is an extraordinary development in a way. It's not something that anyone was talking about 4 weeks ago when this war began. The idea of Ukraine not only defending fiercely but actually rolling back Russian gains. And that is what they say is happening around, and particularly to the west, the northwest of the capital, Kyiv. And it's pretty significant because it does, at the very least, slow down Russia's efforts to get close to the capital and encircle it on that side. And if they can hold that ground, if they can consolidate those wins, perhaps push back Russia back further, then indeed their efforts to get the capital suffer further setbacks. And yes, there are talks, or there is talk, and we're hearing this from US defense officials, of further Ukrainian counterattacks in the east around Izium, as you touched on, and also in the south, Kherson, Mykolaiv as well. So for the Ukrainian side, undoubtedly this is positive, but even they are talking about this in fairly sober terms because they're aware of what the broader situation is. They're aware of the might of the invading force, and Russia is adapting too. When the fight up close isn't going so well for them, they are switching, for the time being at least, to a tactic which sees them lobbing munitions from a safer, further distance. Often still in an indiscriminate way, sometimes in a very targeted, precise way too. But they are adjusting. The sense of realism here, I think, is that yes, this progress by the Ukrainian side is welcome for them, but they are also aware of the tough fight that is still very much yet to come, Becky.
Phil Black is on the ground. Thank you, Phil. Well, Lithuania is among the countries that will be attending Thursday's high-stakes NATO summit. And the Prime Minister said in a recent speech, quoting now, Putin's aggression and Ukraine's pushback, stronger than many have expected, has shown the world that dictators are oftentimes giants with feet of clay. They are more vulnerable than they appear or they want to appear. Ingrida Šimonytė is the Lithuanian Prime Minister, and she joins me now live from the capital, Vilnius. We spoke before this war began. We hoped it wouldn't happen. We are speaking again now, 28 days in. What is your assessment of the last 28 days and where this is going?
Well, it is days of a very hard fight by Ukrainian people, who are fighting not only for their sovereignty and territorial integrity, but also for the broader idea of liberal democracy and the right of the nations to decide their fate. And I think that it was everybody but Ukrainians who were quite surprised by the magnitude and by the strength of the nation to fight for their freedom and for their right to choose. And I was not that surprised because I know the spirit of people, but of course the level of devastation and the level of war crimes that have been committed by Kremlin, by Putin, is devastating.
Cities destroyed, lives destroyed. Your president is heading to Brussels tomorrow for an exceptional NATO summit. What will his message be? And what is Lithuania hoping will be achieved this week? What's left to discuss?
Well, it's not like what is left to discuss, but what we must discuss. And I think one thing that we must discuss, we must be discussing that a couple of years ago, is how serious we are about the threat of Kremlin and what should be the NATO response to this. And of course, we've been discussing this after Crimea. There was some strengthening of the eastern NATO flank after Russia occupied Crimea and parts of eastern Ukraine, but that was definitely not enough. So was the sanctions. Of course, this is a debate for European Union Council more than to NATO countries. But nonetheless, I think this joint response by liberal democracies, by Western community, if I may call it, sort of one nation, will also be on the table, I think, on both summits.
You've heard the NATO head, Jens Stoltenberg, echoing Joe Biden's position that the use of chemical weapons by the Russians would be completely unacceptable and the consequences would be far-reaching. Do you fear an attack?
Well, I think that everybody fears war and whatever use of weaponry. I think you cannot be less afraid of a regular war, of a conventional war, because it is something that should not happen, should not be happening first in the 21st century. So basically, this is just a level of escalation we are talking about, and a level of madness that one dictator can risk just to prove that what is happening in his head is something that has a right to live first instance. So I think the war against Ukraine was already a breach of international law, whatever rules you can imagine, and was a very significant change in so to say conventional wisdom that we were living in before, where the consensus was that Putin is good at bluffing, but he's not doing things.
Yeah.
But now we see that he's doing things. So should we underestimate or overestimate his threats? It's complicated to say, because
Right.
in a number of cases it proved us wrong.
NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg says the alliance will double the number of deployed battle groups to send them to Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria and Slovakia. Is that enough from your assessment?
Well, I think the whole length of the eastern flank should be strengthened. Of course, it is for the military people first, and to assess the military threats and the best means that should be used for the protection of particular regions in the flank, and then for politicians to follow the advice and agree on funds and headcount and equipment to be provided to the region, to the whole region, as a matter of fact, because in current situation where we see the war in Ukraine, the practical action on Ukrainian soil, of course, this is one thing, but I think we should not underestimate other changes that have happened throughout the period, namely the fact that Belarus has become to a large extent a province of Russia, because it is just rented the soil. Lukashenko just rented Belarusian soil for Russian attack, and the presence of Russian troops and military equipment on Belarusian ground is enormous and never seen, I think, since the Cold War.
Clearly, all of this will be discussed as NATO ministers meet in an extraordinary summit. We also have the EU, of course, meeting this week. A senior Lithuanian official telling Reuters that a planned summit between China and the European Union should be cancelled until Beijing shows whether it stands with Russia or the West over the conflict in Ukraine. Has the EU agreed to that? And is that something that you believe should happen?
Well, I think there are a couple of ways to see this. The other way is to see it as a clear opportunity to send the message to Chinese government about the about its position vis-a-vis Russian-Ukrainian war and Russian invasion in Ukraine. And now when the United States, United Kingdom, and all the Western countries have proved in accord with their other partners like Australia, Japan, and others, also in Indo-Pacific, that the reaction can be actually very swift and very strong, I think this message is also an important message to convey.
So you agree with it? You believe that China shouldn't be invited?
We can see it as a chance to convey this message in person.
It's good to have you on. Thank you very much indeed. It is an extremely busy week. It's an extremely busy time. I appreciate your time here on CNN. It's important for our viewers. Thank you. Well, the US president on his way to Europe for a high-stakes NATO summit in the midst of war. What can Joe Biden and other NATO leaders accomplish in Brussels? We'll talk about that with our chief international anchor, Cristiano Monpor, up next. Later, the effects of war are taking a heavy mental toll on those fleeing Ukraine. More on what experts are saying about the growing problem. Ukraine's president addressing two more governments today via video link. Japan's parliament earlier and last out a speech to the French National Assembly. Volodymyr Zelensky receiving a standing ovation and asking French lawmakers to observe a moment of silence for Ukrainians killed in the Russian invasion, while again appealing for help.
Tomorrow it'll be 1 month that the Ukrainians have been fighting for their freedom. Our army has been fighting against the superior forces of Russia. We need help, more support, so that freedom is not lost.
Well, President Zelensky expected to appear by video at the emergency NATO summit in Brussels. US President Joe Biden on his way there now. Before leaving Washington, he told reporters the risk of Russia conducting chemical warfare in Ukraine is a real threat. Well, CNN's chief international anchor, Christian Amanpour, joins me now from Brussels, where that NATO summit will be held on Thursday. And Joe Biden clearly trying to ensure a united front with his allies in the West. Under pressure, though, to do more at this point. What are the expectations?
Well, yeah, and the big thing is that it is united, both the NATO alliance and also the EU alliance, along with the United States. The chemical weapons fear, the US has been putting that out just to let everybody know that they're obviously picking this up by intelligence, just as they did with their warnings of the invasion, which Russia denied over and again. They're very concerned, as we know, that some kind of false flag operation might be underway, and they're particularly concerned that this might happen as a tactic, as Russia's ground operation is not going according to plan, at least according to what it appeared to be at the beginning. They have not taken Kyiv, they've not surrounded Kyiv, they've not taken, the leader from Kyiv, although now they deny that regime change was ever in their plan. They are getting very, very close to their goals in the south, and that is why Mariupolio is being hammered, and it's a whole civilian infrastructure there that is being absolutely hammered. But if Russia seems to be in a corner, so goes the US thought, it might use something else like chemical, like they allowed their Syrian allies, Bashar Assad, to do in Syria during that war. And I spoke to the Russian president's spokesperson, as you know, Dmitry Peskov, and I asked him about the nuclear option that President Putin keeps in some way or another, raising. And he didn't rule it out or didn't rule it in, just said that we would never use it unless, we face an existential threat. But what constitutes an existential threat? Meantime, the NATO summit will be one in which all the allies reaffirm their unity, but also, according to the Secretary General, talk about sort of reposturing NATO, not just for this crisis in Ukraine, but for potential future crises, should, for instance, a hostile Russia come out of the Ukraine war with more expansionist aims. So I think you'll see a lot of talk about that and how to put more permanent NATO personnel and equipment in NATO countries surrounding, on Russia's western flank, so to speak.
So I think it's absolutely clear that Joe Biden is going to call for continued coordination and a unified response to Russia. I guess the question at this point is whether he will push allies to more directly confront Russia at this point. What's your sense?
Well, it's kind of unlikely, I think, given the way they've been talking about this up until now. I mean, it depends on what confront means, really, but they've ruled out any kind of military confrontation, any direct action, either on the ground or in the air by NATO, because they think that would actually put them and pit them against Russia, and that would then, in their view, make it more likely that the war would accelerate and escalate and expand. So they are not likely to do that. But what they really do want to do, and send an absolute message to Vladimir Putin so that he really does not miscalculate, is that, as they keep saying, and this is their phrase, not 1 inch. In other words, if 1 square inch of NATO territory was threatened by Russia, then all of NATO would enact Article 5 and go to war against Russia to stop Russia. That's 30 nations against 1. So that is what they want to do. Now, I did speak to the EU Council President, Charles Michel, and he said, you know, one of the issues here is that Vladimir Putin has been misreading and was mistaken about the way not just the Ukrainian resistance would show itself, but also what the West would do. Here, take a listen.
Probably they thought that the EU would be immediately divided and that we would not be able to take united decisions. This was also a mistake. Probably they would have thought that the United States and the EU, we would not be able to be exactly on the same page and to strengthen this alliance. It means that what's important, we must make sure that Putin will be defeated. It must be the common goal. This is a question of security for the future of Europe and for the future of the world.
So that is such an important statement. We must make sure that Putin is defeated for the security of Europe and the world. And we do know that at least it's been announced that elements of President Biden's promised new aid that he made, you know, after President Zelensky addressed the Congress last week, that was some $800 million more dollars of lethal weaponry and other aid, including anti-tank missiles and the like. That has started to arrive, we're told, from Washington. So they are trying to build up Ukraine's resistance, its defenses, for as long as it's necessary.
Yeah, they must have real concerns about the humanitarian situation on the ground, as aid agencies say.
That's for sure.
You know, the infrastructure is broken. I mean, you know, inside there is real concern. Thank you. Well, they are arriving by the trainload, but once in Poland, experts say hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian refugees will need mental health support. We're live near the Polish border with Ukraine for you. And heartbreak for girls in Afghanistan, why the Taliban are not letting girls above the 6th grade back into classrooms and what this means for Afghanistan's future. Well, we're getting word that a long-time member of Vladimir Putin's inner circle has left his post. The Russian state news agency TASS reporting that Anatoly Chubais stepped down as the government's point person on the environment. And Reuters says he has left Russia altogether. Chubais rose to prominence in Boris Yeltsin's cabinet in the 1990s. This resignation, a bit of a mystery, it has to be said. CNN's Nina Dos Santos is live from London to help us unravel it. And I know that you've interviewed Chubais a number of times in the past. We all remember his sort of rise to fame through the sort of late 1990s and 2000s. What's going on here? Who is he? And what's the significance of this departure, do you think?
Well, I think this is quite significant. It comes alongside other people who've risen to power during Vladimir Putin's time and also predated him during the last years of Boris Yeltsin's era as well, in the late 1990s, sort of disappearing from the public frame. Becky, I'm also thinking about somebody who ran a technology, government technology outfit in Moscow, and then was also the president of the Russian Chess Federation. We're seeing a few of these people starting to distance themselves from Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine. And particularly when it comes to somebody as influential as Anatoly Chubais, this is significant because he is somebody who spearheaded the market reforms from the Soviet era at the end of the 1990s towards, obviously, the market that we see in Russia at the moment. That meant plenty of privatizations. He was part of an influential group of economists that were both active during Boris Yeltsin's time, but also Vladimir Putin ported with him through the early 2000s. Chubais at one point was leading the electricity monopoly to make sure that Russia got paid for its electricity bills. Then he spearheaded Rus Nano, which was the high-tech nanotechnology arm, before, of course, taking on this brief for sustainable and environmental causes, which he's now stepped down from. What's really interesting about this particular leak to a couple of news agencies, and also now confirmed by TASS, the official news agency in Russia as well, is that he appears to let it be known via sources close to him that he doesn't agree with what's going on in Ukraine, and he doesn't plan to go back to Russia. This comes just a few days after that rather menacing speech mid-last week by Vladimir Putin, where he said that people would figure out who the traitors were and spit them out like a fly that had accidentally flown into their mouths. Was he referring to people like Anatoly Chubais? We'll have to see.
Clearly, the sanctions against Vladimir Putin and his and the elite around him, these sanctions against Russian businesses, banks, this is all to put a squeeze on the infrastructure there, and the West would say encourage people to sort of break rank, as it were. It looks as if, to all intents and purposes, that is what Chubais has done. Just remind us briefly, you know, there is a core infrastructure, a core set of men around Vladimir Putin who remain in place.
Yeah, that's right. Although a lot of them are having their assets seized, and it's getting increasingly uncomfortable for them. When Russia's got half of its foreign reserves frozen, so essentially they're frozen out of the dollar system, and they're also politically frozen out of Vladimir Putin's orbit as well, because some of them may not agree with what's going on in Ukraine, but not all of them would have the temerity to actually voice it like Anatoly Chubais, albeit through arm's distance, if you like, Becky. Again, as you said, that sort of vice-like grip on the Russian economy and on some of those oligarchs through sanctions is designed to try and precipitate exactly this type of behavior that we're seeing with people starting to break rank. It hasn't happened in large number yet, and a lot of people close to this orbit I've been speaking to over the last month or so have said it could take quite some time. But it is significant you're starting to see people like Chubais start to, through intermediaries, indicate they don't agree with what's going on. I should caution, though, that we don't really know where he is yet and where his assets are. So obviously, people will be working the phones, including myself, to try and figure out whether we'll hear any more statements like this from some of his contemporaries who worked both for Boris Yeltsin and also for Vladimir Putin as well in the past. Becky?
Nina, thank you. Well, the more than 2 million refugees who have entered Poland from Ukraine, the World Health Organization says about 500,000 will need support for mental health disorders due to the war. And that number will grow day by day, hour by hour. More people are pouring across the border, grappling with a new reality and an uncertain future. Our Melissa Bell is live near the Polish-Ukrainian border as the Russian onslaught in Ukraine exacerbates the refugee crisis. And what is it that people have been telling you about their stories, Melissa?
It is those stories that grow more and more horrific, since what we're talking about is that the people who arrive at centres like this one that has popped up on the edges of Przemysl to receive them, is that as the time has worn on, as humanitarian corridors have sprung up, as it is from these besieged cities that they come, it is of course with worse and worse trauma that they arrive. I just want to give you an idea of this extraordinary humanitarian operation, Becky, that's been set up here within the space of a month. This is a disused supermarket that's now being used as a sort of first stop for the refugees as they arrive either at Przemysl station or at the land border crossing at Medica, not far away. They're put onto buses and brought first of all here where they sleep. They can have food. There's hot food cooked for them. World Central Kitchen here doing that, preparing food. But it gives you an idea, first of all, of the precariousness of the setup, because it is in this location that they're kept for a few days and then taken on further. What's extraordinary is that this has been set up this quickly at all when you consider the sheer volume of people that have been coming through this border. Going through this first place where they can see this first shelter would have been some 80,000 people in the first few days of the war. Every single day they would have been arriving across the border and that suddenly had to be helped to find a place to sleep, a place to eat, and then to be moved on to more permanent accommodation. And really that is the fear now. The coordination or the lack of coordination that there is, and that's been able to be created sufficiently quickly to ensure that the people who arrive here and are given immediate shelter and found some hot food and a hot drink and given a bed are then brought somewhere to safety that is coordinated. Amnesty International is warning about that. The danger longer term of the fact that greater coordination of efforts has not yet taken place, simply because it takes structures like the European Union longer to organize themselves than it has taken ordinary people, NGOs, to step into that breach. And of course, as you said, what we're seeing now at places like Przemysl Station, from where the people are brought here for their first night of sleep across the border, are psychological support, people who are at the station to deal with some of that trauma that they're carrying and that they've been telling us about. These are profoundly vulnerable populations to begin with, since we're talking about women traveling with their small children, Becky, and they're coming from greater and greater scenes of violence across a border that has very little to offer them in terms of where they might resettle longer term. Shelter for the beginning, not much more clarity beyond that.
Yeah, goodwill will only go so far, won't it, at this point? Thank you, Melissa Bell, on the critical story of those who are fleeing this horrible war. Well, as thousands upon thousands of people do flee the unspeakable violence in Ukraine, there are unmistakable reminders of how families have been torn apart by war. Exhausted mums alone with confused children, grandparents too frail to make the miserable journey to an uncertain future. Every hour of every day since this horror began a month ago, loved ones have been forced apart, often in a frenzied rush to safety. But then amid the heartache and loss, there are some moments of hope. Ed Lavandera has this report.
Tucked away in the back of the train station in Przemysl, Poland, we see the latest train from Ukraine arrive, filled with families escaping war. And it's where we find Tatiana Trut and her husband Vitaly waving joyfully at one of the carriages. This train is carrying special cargo. Through the metal barricades, Tatiana sees her son, 2 sisters, and their 3 children walking off the train. She's waited 3 excruciating weeks for this moment.
You have a very big smile on your face. I imagine you're very happy right now.
Yes, he says, it's very scary there, and we have been waiting for them for a very long time. Tatiana also tells us they could not leave for a long time. The family tells us their journey to get to Poland was a path through death and destruction. They live in a small village south of Kyiv. They say the only road Ukrainian civilians could use to escape was constantly attacked by Russian forces. He says there was shelling from both sides. Everyone who wanted to leave by car was simply shot. We were afraid that if our family decided to leave, we would lose them. We waited a long time for the military to allow it. We waited for the Russian troops to be removed so that our family could leave, and we succeeded. We immediately told them to go. This was the escape route. The sisters' father drove them in his car from their village to the city of Mykolaiv. From there, they jumped in a minibus, helping families escape to Odessa. That's where they boarded the train that brought them to Poland. The area this family escaped has seen brutal warfare the last 3 weeks. Tatiana was in Poland working and couldn't return home in time when the war broke out. She says her son often told her about hearing military planes flying over their home and missiles exploding. Finally, the family is reunited outside the train station. In the moment, it seemed unnecessary to ask Tatiana what this moment meant to her. Sometimes hugs and kisses speak far louder than words. Ed Lavendera, CNN, Przemysl, Poland.
Well, you're watching Connect the World. We're live from Abu Dhabi for you. Still ahead, the Taliban postponed the return to school for girls above the 6th grade. Ahead, we'll speak to the founder of Learn Afghanistan, whose family fled the Taliban in the 1990s. Remember this scene? Well, it's one that is difficult to forget, isn't it? Thousands of Afghans stranded at the airport in Kabul, trying to leave the country after the Taliban's takeover last August. Well, the United Nations data shows more than 170,000 Afghans have fled into neighbouring countries since the start of 2021. That's on top of more than 3 million people displaced within the country because of years of fighting, just like what we are now seeing play out, unfortunately, in Ukraine. Well, Afghans who stayed behind are witnessing the withering away of human rights. This week, the Taliban postponed the return to school of girls above the 6th grade. Taliban news agency says the delay is so that uniforms can be designed according to Sharia and Afghan customs. Well, since their takeover in August last year, the Taliban have repeatedly insisted that they would not go back to how things were in the late 1990s and early 2000s when women and girls were banned from going to school or going to work. This decision came just hours after schools were due to open. Many girls had arrived back only to find out they wouldn't be let inside. Listen to what one student told reporters.
Why are they playing with our future? We have rights. We are humans from this country. We want to be free. We just want to continue our education. Is it a sin that we are girls?
Pashtana Durrani and her family fled Afghanistan in the 1990s, and she was born a refugee in Pakistan. She later established Learn Afghanistan, an organization that focuses on innovation in education and women's rights. And I'm absolutely delighted to say that you join me tonight live from Wellesley in Massachusetts. Thank you. These kids saying it's, the Taliban saying this is about uniforms, but what is really behind this postponement, do you believe?
Thank you, Becky, for having me. And the first thing we have to understand is the fact that it's just a political move. I think it's also the fact that once they started closing the schools because their own leadership is not uniform, they are just grabbing for whatever excuse they can find. And I think this was the least problematic and the most easy to find, so that they just went for the uniforms, because what is more easier than just to attack the uniforms or the school code.
As an educator yourself, how does this make you feel?
I find it absurd that they went for the uniforms, because there are provinces in Afghanistan where girls not only wear hijab but also burqa and then school uniforms to go to school. That's the first thing. And the school uniform is perfectly fine, because if it was not culturally contextual and not acceptable, people wouldn't be wearing it, and the girls wouldn't be wearing it for the past 2 decades or from the 80s and 70s to the schools. If that was acceptable back in the day, how is it not acceptable today? It's just an excuse and a political move.
So what sort of impact is this going to have on these young girls in Afghanistan? After all, the Taliban, it was August last year. I mean, we're not yet a year, but we're trundling towards a year in leadership there. What's the impact for these kids?
It's simple. A whole one academic year is just wasted for only girls from grade 7 till grade 12. There are schools that are closed in southern Afghanistan that were never even supposed to open. I knew this even a month ago, and we have been in talks about it with our administration and the schools and the staff members that we work with, that the schools were never intended to open in the southern region, and in regions that were supposed to open, and this is the excuse they come up with. This is just a political move. They want more attention just because of the Ukraine crisis. They are making a political move, and what's more easier to target than young girls, teenage girls?
Taliban leaders have repeatedly said they support women's rights to work and indeed to get educated. Do you trust them?
I mean, walk the talk. If they really support girls' education, open the schools, let the women work, let them be the first-class citizens that they are supposed to be, let them be Afghans that they are supposed to be. Why are they treated as if they are not Afghans and the Taliban are the sole owners of Afghanistan?
What happens next in the country?
A whole academic year is wasted, and I cannot stress on this enough. A whole academic year for girls have been wasted, and there is no solution in place. The international community is not looking for alternatives. They are just looking for the way to stand in solidarity with us. I don't want their solidarity. I don't want them to be standing up for us. They should be making sure that they avail spaces for alternative learning and learning spaces. Stop giving the Taliban the power that they don't have actually. They don't know how to run schools. Let the alternatives be the alternatives that could be accessed by the girls to get educated. And the next thing is to open schools for girls. That's the first and foremost need for girls. But if that's not possible, at least there should be a space that educates girls in the long run.
It's fantastic to have you on as we clearly continue to headline the story out of Ukraine. Does it worry you that what is going on in Afghanistan, which rightly stole the headlines back in August and in September of 2021, has sort of lost its power as a message?
I think one thing, it was expected of it, but then at the same time, that when the world is not watching the human rights abuses that are happening in Afghanistan, the fact that schools are not open, that the international community's attention is not yet there, and the way it used to be is giving a free hand to the Taliban to pull any stunts that they want, because nobody's watching, nobody's listening, and nobody's taking the keeping the record.
We're going to leave it there. We thank you very much indeed for making your time to talk to us this evening. It's good to have you on. Well, if you suddenly had to flee your home, what would you take with you? Well, for millions of people seeking safety in Ukraine, they had to think fast and take what matters most. We'll show you the things that they took with them. Up next. UN says roughly 1 in 4 Ukrainians has been forced out of their homes by Russia's unprovoked invasion. Many had just moments to pack. My colleague Salma Abdelaziz asked some of the displaced people in Lviv what they took with them. Have a look at this.
Life changed in an instant for these families, forced to flee their homes as Russian troops invaded. But what do you take with you as you run? What is your most precious possession? For 11-year-old Victoria, it's her beloved teddy bear. She's outgrown him, but he's just the right size for her little sister.
Oh, it's for Valeria. This is her favorite toy, is her bear.
It was mine and now it's hers, she tells me. When she's crying a lot, she cuddles him at night. Tatiana packed as the sound of explosions grew closer and closer to her family's home in Kyiv.
What is the most precious thing you took? This is me and my father.
When I was gathering my stuff, I knew I needed to take this, she tells me. It's the only album with my dad's pictures in it. Her father died when she was 6, but pictures of his smile bring comfort. I knew the photo album would make me feel calmer. 7-year-old Milana rushes to grab her favorite thing. It's easy to see why she loves it. Because there are animals in it and dogs, and you can count. Here is 6, here is 4. Denise was given just 10 minutes to leave his university dorm, but he knew what to grab. My sunglasses, I adore them, he tells me. They make me look cool like Kurt Cobain.
Put on the sunglasses for me, please. How do you feel now that you have the sunglasses on?
It makes me feel like everything is going to be fine, he says, that we will win, and I will walk on the streets of Kyiv under a peaceful sky again. A dream shared by the many victims of this senseless war. Salma Abdelaziz, CNN, Lviv.
Well, sports clubs in the Balkans are welcoming Ukrainians who've escaped from the war and are offering them another kind of refuge, a taste of normal life. A volleyball club in Bosnia and a tennis club in Bulgaria have welcomed the families of Ukrainian athletes. They're giving the refugees a chance to train, compete and live in safety.
I could not just be an indifferent spectator and watch what is going on TV from my couch as if it is some reality show. That is why I decided I had to do something. I did not hesitate when I got the first call and responded immediately.
Well, for the athletes who fled their country, even a warm welcome hasn't made leaving Ukraine, of course, any easier.
We come to Bulgaria with the two families, and our fathers stay in Ukraine, our grandmothers, grandfathers stay in Ukraine. It's very sad, and my old friends, it's very sad.
Thank you for joining us. CNN's coverage continues after this.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Hello, I'm Linda Kincaid, live from CNN's World Headquarters here in Atlanta. Welcome to One World. Any use of chemical weapons by Moscow would totally change the nature of Russia's war on Ukraine. That warning from NATO's chief, who says the alliance will increase its forces in the region. Now, this comes ahead of tomorrow's emergency NATO summit. US President Joe Biden on his way to Brussels right now, where he'll join that meeting. Well, on the ground in Ukraine, Russian forces are striking homes, a shopping mall, and other buildings in Kyiv. Ukrainian forces, meanwhile, are pushing back, trying to regain control of some territory near the capital. This was a firefight between Ukrainian and Russian forces, roughly 45 kilometers from Kyiv. It appears Ukraine's counteroffensive is seeing some success. Ukrainian National Police say they're resuming work in Irpin, a northwest suburb of Kyiv. And the mayor there says he believes his city is now 80% under Ukrainian control. Well, we are getting a fresh look at damage from unrelenting Russian bombardment in Mariupol. Drone footage shows smoldering buildings, many of them residential, and widespread destruction across the port city. And there is word today that a convoy of 11 buses attempting to get into Mariupol to evacuate civilians were commandeered by Russian forces and driven off to an unknown location. Well, Ukraine's president addressing two more governments today, Japanese lawmakers earlier, and in the last few hours, the French. And this comes ahead of Volodymyr Zelensky's expected video appearance at that emergency NATO meeting tomorrow. Mr. Zelensky warned Japan's parliament about the dangers Ukraine faces from Russian attacks on nuclear plants. And while speaking to the French parliament, Zelensky asked them to observe a moment of silence for Ukrainians killed in the Russian invasion, while again appealing for help. Well, right now, the US president is on his way to Brussels ahead of crisis talks with fellow world leaders. On Thursday, Joe Biden will meet with NATO allies to discuss the ongoing response to Russia's brutal and unprovoked war in Ukraine. Before departing Washington, the president warned that Moscow's use of chemical warfare is a, quote, real threat. A source says Mr. Biden will announce a new round of Russian sanctions once he arrives in Belgium. Well, CNN's Natasha Bertrand joins us from NATO headquarters in Brussels. But first, I want to go to John Harwood, who joins us from Washington. Good to have you both with us. So, John, this is US President Biden's first overseas trip since this invasion began last month. And the US is set to impose more sanctions this week on hundreds of members of Russia's parliament.
Well, what the president and his NATO allies and European allies are trying to do is increase pressure on Vladimir Putin during a military campaign that is not going his way. Vladimir Putin is not achieving his objectives. He's killing a lot of people, but he's not achieving his strategic objectives. And so as he gets more brutal in the conduct of the Russian forces, the specific things that the president wants to do on this trip are, one, talk about how to bolster NATO's force posture, not in Ukraine, but adjacent to Ukraine. Secondly, increase the sanctions to increase pressure on Vladimir Putin. And then third, to try to maintain the unity that has been so striking during this conflict. Russia was counting on the West dividing and being weak. He's gotten the opposite, and President Biden's trying to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, absolutely. That pressure greatly needed. Well, I want to go to Natasha because we are expected to see the alliance agree to an increase in defense spending. But also you spoke to the NATO Secretary General and asked him about what it would mean if Russia deployed chemical weapons.
Yeah, Linda, so this is a question that we've been asking repeatedly is what are those red lines and what will NATO be prepared to do if Russia does cross those red lines? Of course, the international community has made it very clear that if Russia were to deploy weapons of mass destruction, if they were to deploy a chemical weapons attack, which the U.S. has made very clear in recent days is a very big possibility, then it would be a complete violation of international law and it would be completely unacceptable. So the question that we've been asking is, would NATO's position here change at all if Russia did deploy those kinds of weapons. And when I asked the NATO chief Jens Stoltenberg this question earlier today, he would not go into detail about what NATO would do in response to that, but he did say that the use of chemical weapons would totally change the nature of this war. Take a listen.
Any use of chemical weapons would totally change the nature of the conflict. And it will be a blatant violation of international law and will have far-reaching consequences. And I think that's the most important message to convey.
So what he also said, which was very interesting, is that allies tomorrow are expected to agree upon additional equipment being sent to Ukraine, additional weaponry and, of course, additional protective equipment that they intend to send to the Ukrainian forces and the Ukrainian people. And interestingly, that does include protective gear that can potentially shield them from chemical, biological, and even nuclear attacks. Linda.
Thanks to you, Natasha. I just want to go back to John on whether there could be any more movement on Ukraine's demands. Those demands including a no-fly zone across Ukraine, more fighter jets. Anything else we can expect to hear from the president?
I would not expect movement on those, Linda. The president has been very consistent in drawing a line beyond which he and NATO are not willing to cross because of the risk of escalating a conflict with Russia directly that, as the president has said, could bring about World War III. I think that, as Natasha was just indicating, more defensive weaponry for the Ukrainians, keep their military supplied, because the Ukrainian military is doing a very effective job in holding off the Russians, but not crossing that line and engaging directly with the Russians.
All right, we will be following these meetings closely over the following 48 hours. John Harwood for us in DC, Natasha Bertrand in Brussels. Good to have you both with us. Well, I want to take you back to the combat playing out across Ukraine right now and the places where it appears that Ukrainian forces are pushing back. In and around the capital, Russia's efforts to encircle Kyiv have been static for more than 2 weeks. In the last few days, Ukrainian forces say they have regained control of the town of Makariv, and they are putting pressure on Russian forces in Bucha and Hostomel. To the east, Russia's efforts to link up gains to the southeast of Kharkiv with territories they have held since 2014 in Ukraine's far east are focused on Izium. There are reports of Russian setbacks there. And in Kharkiv itself, the city has been massively damaged but has not yet been captured. In the south, the area between Kherson and Mykolaiv remains a focus of the Ukrainian counteroffensive. And this is where Ukrainians have been able to deal with punishing blows against Russian forces at the airport just north of Kherson. Well, CNN's Phil Black joins me now live from Lviv. So, Phil, it seems that the counteroffensive by the Ukrainians is impressive, despite coming up against a much bigger, more well-resourced Russian military. They are managing to reclaim some territory.
Yeah, it's an impressive turnaround, Linda. Fierce resistance has evolved into counterattacks in key areas. This is it's a scenario that no one was expecting or forecasting 4 weeks ago when this war started. So in that sense, it is impressive. It is no doubt an achievement, particularly given that some of these clawbacks have taken place around the capital Kyiv, to the west and the northwest there. That's vital ground, because what it does is it slows down Russia's plans of encircling, moving into and eventually taking the capital. The key point, though, is the big if. Ukraine has to hold on to that ground. It has to consolidate those wins, perhaps even try and roll Russia back further in order to have that effect, because Ukraine, although acknowledges these positive developments, it also does so in a fairly sober way, because it knows the scale of the fight ahead. It knows the nature of the enemy and the firepower that they can bring to bear. And indeed, Russia is adapting, because the fight up close hasn't been going so well for them. Russia increasingly is firing munitions from a distance, still often indiscriminately, sometimes in a targeted, precise way. But the Russian war machine has a great deal of firepower that it can still bring to bear here. And so that is why the Ukrainians know this is going to be a long fight. And these small wins are important, and they're certainly morale boosting, but they expect Russia to come back bigger and harder still. Linda.
And with that in mind, Phil, what else are the Ukrainians calling on? What else will help in their defense, given that the Russians say they haven't yet achieved their objectives, and the US has said that this won't end easily or rapidly?
Well, anything that will inflict pain on Russian forces, really. We know that they wanted a no-fly zone, and the Western allies aren't going to give them that. Instead, they've said, please give us whatever sophisticated anti-aircraft weaponry you can, preferably systems that we already know how to use. And in addition to that, any sort of advanced sophisticated weapons that will help them take the fight directly to Russian forces and continue to inflict pain. Because the Ukrainians are, yes, they're trying to stop the Russians, but they only really have one way of ending this conflict, and it's been acknowledged by their Western allies as well. They have to inflict as much pain upon Russia as possible so that when they do get around a negotiating table, Ukraine has some leverage to force Russian concessions so that Vladimir Putin can't get things all his way. And in order to achieve that, well, they've got to do a lot of fighting yet, because the Russians seem to have accepted that this is going to be a longer, slower war of attrition than perhaps they were planning for initially. But at the moment, they do still have the people and the firepower in order to be able to back up that sort of war. And so they are playing a longer game. Ukraine must continue to fight hard, and it can only do so with the very practical and much needed support of its allies.
All right, Phil Black for us, live for us from Lviv, Ukraine. Good to have you with us. Stay safe. Well, coming up, from a lack of food and gas to frostbite, what the Pentagon is learning about how Russian forces in Ukraine are struggling to fight their unprovoked war. And later, the Taliban have postponed the reopening of schools for many Afghan girls. The US Special Envoy for Afghan Women, Girls and Human Rights will join us to discuss this latest obstacle facing women in Afghanistan. Stay with us. Welcome back. Well, Russia's invasion has forced 1 in every 4 Ukrainians to flee their homes. Take a look at this video from today of people making their way out of Ukraine and into Poland, where most of the refugees are settling. But they're in many other countries too. In the last 24 hours, thousands of refugees have crossed into Romania. And now the Deputy Irish Prime Minister said that he expects Ireland to receive some 40,000 Ukrainian refugees by the end of next month. Well, CNN's Melissa Bell is near the Polish-Ukrainian border. And Melissa, so far some 2 million Ukrainians have arrived into Poland. The US president is expected to meet some refugees in Warsaw tomorrow. Just tell us what you've been seeing.
Well, that what can be done has been done, and it's been quite
million Ukrainians have arrived into Poland. The US president is expected to meet some refugees in Warsaw tomorrow. Just tell us what you've been seeing.
Well, that what can be done has been done, and it's been quite extraordinary. Makeshift accommodation for the refugees arriving. You mentioned those 2.1 million that have come in across the Polish border, making Poland the country to have taken in the greatest numbers so far. And this has really been organized in the space of just under a month, which is quite extraordinary when you consider the sheer volume of people that are coming through this particular area. So the local town of Przemysl and the crossing of Medica, not far, are where the vast majority of those crossings take place. Every single day in the first few days, there were 80,000 people arriving at that border and needing to be housed, hence the creation of sort of hubs like this one. Now inside there are some 4,000 or 5,000 very basic cots with a bit of bedding on them, in which the women and children, since that's what we're talking about, women and children who fled the violence without the fighting age men who've had to stay behind, they will spend a couple of nights here. They are fed, they get a hot drink, and then they're taken off on by bus, which is what's happening just behind me over here. They get put back on buses and then shipped to other parts of Poland and then further afield, with many of them now heading out to other European countries. But it is that coordination and moving on of the refugees and tracking of them that's proven a remarkable challenge. In the first few days, imagine the chaotic scenes at the border. Now there is some sense of organization in places like this. The refugees are given wristbands so that they can be tracked, and the idea is that they are kept an eye on and hopefully brought on towards the next stop in their journey. Eventually, for some, where they've got family that they'll go to, acquaintances. For others, they'll be looking for accommodation and longer-term shelter in countries further afield. But one of the logistical challenges that Poland is going to be facing, and this is going to be at the heart of President Biden's discussions in Brussels tomorrow and here in Poland on Friday, is how the European Union can better coordinate, better help these refugees when so many of them are really just wanting to get home as quickly as they can. And so those conversations are going to be both about the short-term humanitarian aid and how better to coordinate that to ensure that the refugees are kept safe and as close to the border as they wish to stay. But the conversations are also going to be about how to bring what's happening across the border in Ukraine to an end, how European, NATO, G7 allies can work together to try and help bring an end to the conflict, Linda.
Yeah, exactly. It's a huge, huge undertaking. Melissa Bell, good to have you there at the Ukraine-Polish border. Well, the Kremlin admits that Russian President Vladimir Putin has not yet achieved the goals of what they're calling a special military operation in Ukraine. And in an exclusive interview with CNN's Christian Amanpour, Mr. Putin's chief spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, refused to deny that Moscow could resort to the use of nuclear weapons.
Could I quickly ask you, though, I need to ask you this, because the world is afraid, and I want to know whether Putin intends the world to be afraid of the nuclear option. Would he use it?
President Putin intends to make the world listen to and understand our concerns. We've been trying to convey our concerns to the world, to Europe, to the United States, for a couple of decades. But no one would listen to us. And before it is too late, it was a decision to launch a special operation, military operation, to get rid of entire Russia that was created next to our borders.
What? To get rid of Russia?
Anti-Russia. Because Ukraine started to be, it was formed by the Western countries, anti-Russia.
Okay.
This is the problem.
Okay, look, Ukraine is a country, sovereign, it's recognized by the United Nations, it's been around for a very, very long time. But I just want to know, I want to ask you again, is President Putin, because again, the Finnish president said to me that when he asked Putin directly about this, because President Putin has laid that card on the table, President Putin said that if anybody tries to stop him, very bad things will happen. And I want to know whether you are convinced or confident that your boss will not use that option.
Well, we have a concept of domestic security. And, well, it's public. You can read all the reasons for nuclear arms to be used. So if it is an existential threat for our country, then it can be used in accordance with our concept.
Well,
there are no other reasons that were mentioned in that text.
So you are basically saying only an existential threat to your country. I still don't know whether I've got a full answer from you, and I'm just going to assume that President Putin wants to scare the world and keep the world on tenterhooks.
Christian Amanpour there. Well, the Pentagon, meanwhile, says there is clear evidence the Russian military is conducting war crimes in Ukraine. Well, the US Defense Department is also describing a Russian army that is plagued with various problems. It says there are indications that some soldiers are dealing with frostbite because they don't have the right gear for Ukraine's bitter cold. Add to that, US officials say Russian forces are coping with food and gas shortages. I want to bring in CNN Pentagon correspondent Barbara Starr to discuss all of this. Great to have you with us, Barbara. So, as we have been reporting, Russia says its objectives have not been achieved. It is planning to stay and continue this war in Ukraine. The Pentagon is providing the White House with options, which could include additional troops. What are your sources telling you?
Well, what we're talking about, Linda, of course, is troops in Eastern Europe not going into Ukraine. Troops to bolster the NATO's eastern flank, bolster NATO allies and partners, if you will. President Biden will arrive in Brussels within the coming hours for a NATO heads of state meeting about all of this. So what we know is NATO now expects tomorrow to announce the formation of additional, essentially battle groups, multinational organizational groups of troops that will be in Eastern Europe, again, to bolster security. They will provide additional assistance to Ukraine, especially with chemical weapons protection gear, all of that coming at NATO tomorrow. But President Biden arrives at NATO with some options in his pocket. We don't expect necessarily big announcements just yet. He has to talk to the NATO allies, see exactly what they can all agree upon. But the idea is there may be additional U.S. troops in Europe on a rotational basis, perhaps on a permanent basis, perhaps even the notion of building a major new permanent U.S. military base somewhere in Europe, though that is considered a very long-term commitment. But regardless of any of these options, what is becoming increasingly clear is Russia's invasion of Ukraine has changed the face of European security, and it's not about to go back anytime soon.
All right, Barbara Starr, as always, good to have you with us from the Pentagon. Thanks so much. Well, a long-time member of President Vladimir Putin's inner circle is reportedly about to leave his post. According to Russian state news agency TASS, Anatoly Chubais has stepped down as the government's point person on the environment. And Reuters says he has left Russia altogether. We don't know the circumstances of his resignation. Chubais rose to prominence in Boris Yeltsin's cabinet back in the 1990s. Well, CNN's Nina Dos Santos joins us now live from London with more on this developing story. So this is the most senior official in the Russian government to leave, and not only leave the government, but it seems leave the country.
That's right, but it is significant to mention that he is part of the sort of technocratic class of government. So he's one of these economists who spearheaded Russia through its transformation from a Soviet economy to a market-based economy and created the wave of privatizations at the end of the 1990s and early 2000s that created much of the oligarch class that the international community, by means of these sanctions, is trying to push to try and exert pressure on President Putin to change his course of action in Ukraine, or perhaps even some Western observers say to push Putin out of power altogether. Anatoly Chubais here, according to TASS, Reuters and various other news organizations, has apparently left Russia, left that post, which I have to say wasn't a hugely senior post. It wasn't right inside the Kremlin, but it was still a government post nonetheless, which means it's the first time that we've seen a political scalp claimed, if you like. He's reportedly, according to some Russian media outlets, in Turkey with his wife at the moment. But according to Reuters, they said they tried to reach him on his telephone, managed to reach him, and he hung up straight away. So obviously, he's letting it be known that he's leaving this post, leaving Russia, and distancing himself from Vladimir Putin's military adventurism in Ukraine. This also comes a few days after he, interestingly enough, on the anniversary of the death of the political opposition figure Boris Nemtsov, killed just a stone's throw away from the Kremlin. He posted a picture of Boris Nemtsov on that anniversary, which is viewed as a veiled message of criticism against the Kremlin. This isn't the first time we've seen somebody who has previously occupied a senior position in Vladimir Putin's cabinet start to speak out against the war in Ukraine. I'm thinking notably about another technocratic former deputy prime minister of Russia. That was Arkady Dvorkovich, who a week ago gave an interview to Mother Jones in which he used words that in Russia could now get you 15 years in jail, talking about a war and how he stood with the people of Ukraine and didn't agree with what was going on in Ukraine because wars, he said, dashed people's hopes and dreams on both sides. Linda?
Exactly, and that certainly is what we're seeing, given the numbers that are being reportedly killed within Ukraine right now. Nina Dos Santos, thanks so much for joining us from London. Well, an official at the U.S. Embassy in Moscow was allowed consular access today to U.S. basketball player Brittany Griner. Now, the two-time Olympic gold medalist is being detained in Russia. State Department spokesman Ned Price says Griner is in a good condition.
Within the past couple hours, an official from our embassy has been granted consular access to Brittany Griner. We were able to check on her condition. We will continue to work very closely with her legal team, with her broader network. Our official found Brittany Griner to be in good condition, and we will continue to do everything we can to see to it that she is treated fairly throughout this ordeal.
Russian authorities arrested Griner last month at a Moscow airport on drug charges. It's a crime punishable in Russia by up to 10 years in prison. Still to come, hundreds of thousands of civilians are now living under Russian occupation in the Ukrainian city of Kherson. Up next, we'll speak to a resident about her life and how it has drastically changed since the war began. Hello and welcome back to One World. I'm Linda Kincaid. Well, some of the heaviest fighting in Russia's war on Ukraine has been around Kherson, a southern city under Russian control for the last 2 weeks. On Monday, Russian forces used gunfire and stun grenades to disperse a crowd of protesters who were demanding that the Russians leave the city. One man was seriously wounded. Ukraine officials say Kherson's 300,000 residents are facing a humanitarian catastrophe, with food and medical supplies quickly running out. Well, Tatyana is a 25-year-old resident of Kherson. We are not using her last name for security reasons, and she's wearing a mask to help protect her identity. She joins us now from the city. Good to have you with us. You're in a city that it's the largest city captured by the Russians in Ukraine. Mentally, physically, just explain how you're doing.
For now, I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. I'm glad to be here and to tell my story. First few days was the most harder because I was woken up by the loud noises outside. I just thought, who would do firework in the morning? But then I started to read my chat with my friends saying that as war began, I was completely shattered. I was shocked. It was very hard to me to understand that in 21st century, it could happen to us, to civilian people, which just was living their life in a beautiful city and trying just to do their best to be good people. That's all. Yeah. I was shocked. It's very hard.
It's just hard to believe that you're living under Russian occupation. You sent us in a video that I'd like to show our viewers just of what life was like in your city before the war began. If we can just play a bit. Just describe it for us. Describe what your city was like.
So I live in Kherson for 8 years now, and I've seen a lot about this city as an organ of Ukrainian big organism. I was traveling a lot, working a lot. I was like to spend time with my friends, to see Ukraine in all of this beauty. So my biggest problem at that time was the quantity of likes on TikTok, and I didn't get how happy I was before the war started. So,
just if you can, Tatyana, just describe what your city's like now. The sounds that you hear. How often do you get out of your apartment to get supplies?
I'm going out not often because I have severe panic attacks. So I can't go outside without somebody. I'm really scared of loud noises, and loud noises that came out now. It's frightening me away. So I'm shaking just thinking about it. For now, my city look a little bit like during the time of zombie apocalypse. There is not a lot of people going around. They may be afraid to go out, but I see people still living. They're still going to the shop, to the groceries to buy some food, but we have a lack of products, to be honest, because Russians don't let humanitarian aid to come to the city.
So when you go to the store, what are you finding that it's hard to get supplies right now? How do pharmacies look? Are they running out of medicines?
Yes, I'm on social media every day. I see requests of finding some special medicines. Pharmacies are half empty. It's very hard to find something exactly that you're looking for. So they almost don't have basic pharmacy, like just something from headache or anything else. And we get food from our local markets. So there's grannies here selling some products, some vegetables, and that's almost all we have.
And have many people, many friends of yours in the city tried to stock up on supplies whenever they do get the chance to leave their home?
Every day. We're trying every day because our groceries work till like 12 or 1 p.m. So we're trying to go out every day to find everything we need for cooking, just to eat something. That sounds scary, I know.
It does sound scary. I mean, are you seeing Russian soldiers on the streets? Have you spoken to them? Have you seen anyone confront them?
I've seen some of them. I've seen their cars, so they're like around the city everywhere. I'm a little bit afraid when I see them because they look frightened a little bit. I saw them, the most quantity of them I saw when we go out 5th of March to the peaceful protest. They were standing there with guns. There was a lot of these militaries. I don't like them. I don't try to speak to them. They look really, I'm scared of them, to be honest. So I just don't try to make some contact with them.
And we saw this vision of protesters in your city coming out to tell the Russians to leave. And the Russians then firing, using gunfire and stun grenades. Were you amongst those people that were out protesting? Did you know anyone out there? And what did you make when you saw those scenes play out?
I was just a few times on this protest because, as I'm told, I have some panic attacks. So I'm not going out often. But I know people, a lot of my friends who came out to this protest. I don't know any one of them got injured, but I see that Russians use guns when less people came out, so they can frighten them and like to prevent next protest, to show them like, we will shut you now, so tomorrow less people will come out on the protest.
And just quickly, you're 25 years old. I understand you're living with your boyfriend. Do you have any other family in the city, or have other family members fled?
No, we live just together. My mom's in Germany now, so she's safe. And I have one less person to care about. That's great. But here's all my friends in this city, a lot of them. And no one of them was leaving the city just in first few days, so they stay in there, just like with me. And I have now none any members of family here. I have them across the Ukraine. So just like that.
Well, you are very brave. Ukrainian citizen living under Russian occupation. We wish you all the best. We thank you for your bravery in speaking to us, and we wish you we hope you stay safe.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you're calling me right now, and I can tell the situation in our city to others, because I want people to know that her son is Ukraine. I'm Ukraine, and Ukraine is Ukraine. It's an independent country that shouldn't be in such situation.
Exactly.
Kids, elderly people, young people just like me. We want to live an independent country in Ukraine. We lived before.
As you should.
The invasion.
Tatiana, thanks so much for your time. Take care. Well, if you would like to help people in Ukraine who may be in need of shelter, food, or water, you can go to cnn.com/impact. You'll find several ways you can help. We're turning now to Afghanistan and another hurdle for women's rights under Taliban rule. Today, the militant group postponed the reopening of schools for girls above 6th grade. The news came on the same day that they were due to return to the classroom for the first time since the Taliban takeover in August. Listen to what one student told reporters.
When I heard the news yesterday, it was very pleasant. Swear to God, I was in tears. But today I'm heartbroken. What should I say? I can't say anything. What should I say? What should I do? We're also girls. We're also from Afghanistan. We're also human beings. Why shouldn't we go to school? My heart is crying blood. Until when? It's been 186 days that we haven't been in school. Why? Why? What is our sin? I don't know what to ask for, what to say, and what to do. We have to do whatever they tell us to do. I request the Islamic Emirate that please reopen schools.
Well, teenage girls have now been denied the right to an education for more than 180 days. According to state-run news, an appropriate school uniform for girls must be designed first. Well, Rina Amiri is the US Special Envoy for Afghan women, girls and human rights. She joins us now from Turkey. Good to have you with us.
Thank you very much for having me.
So it's pretty heartbreaking seeing those students arrive, hopeful of returning to school, and then only to be turned away in absolute tears, in pain. The Taliban are claiming it's because they simply don't have an appropriate school uniform. What's your response?
My response is that's not at all is something that's true. We have been in conversations with the Taliban for months. We have been preparing for this day. They have made very clear commitments to us that girls would be returning to school after the new year, and it was today that girls would be returning to school. We went through them in painstaking detail in terms of preparations and received assurances that there was nothing that would hold back girls returning to school. This is only an excuse, a last-minute excuse that is unconvincing to any of us that have been engaging the Taliban, and quite frankly, unconvincing to the people of Afghanistan.
So it's now 187 days since teenage girls in Afghanistan have been denied the right to an education, a basic fundamental right. What does this mean for a generation of girls in Afghanistan?
This is devastating, and it's devastating not just for girls, but for the population of Afghanistan. Education is not a lofty ideal. Afghanistan is one of the poorest countries in the world. Right now, it's facing a dire economic situation. For families, educating their daughters is a way for their family to have economic livelihood. Education for them translates into work for their daughters and into having food on the table. It's very pragmatic, it's very real. And what I have said to the Taliban when I have engaged them on this issue is they know that they want Afghanistan to not be donor dependent, to be economically viable. And what I have told them is your math doesn't add up. You cannot deprive over 50% of the population of education, of the right to work, and achieve any type of economic viability. We have the numbers, not just from Afghanistan, but from all over the world. If you want to get to economic viability, if you want to get to stability, if you want to get to security, you educate girls. You open up opportunities for women and girls. The evidence is there. The support from the country is there. We have data from the last 20 years where consistently Afghans have said that educating girls is important and it's something that has widespread support. It is aligned with the culture. It is aligned with the religion. This is about the Taliban. It has nothing to do with some of the fallacies that they put forward, that it's about religious principles, or it's about culture, or it's about uniforms. This is about the Taliban's intransience of giving women and girls the rights that are accorded to them.
The Taliban banned women and girls from an education when they were last in power between 1996 and 2001. This time they said things would be different. Has much changed?
Well, this is what is very disturbing. You know, Afghan women and girls are pragmatic. They were willing to work in a country in which the Taliban held power simply because they are the reality on the ground. This is what I've heard from Afghan women and girls, but they're asking for basic rights. They're not asking for anything that is beyond what has always been a fundamental right throughout the Muslim world and throughout Afghanistan. They're asking for the right of mobility, the right of security, the right to education, their right to work. And the last time around, the Taliban made this exact same arguments. They did not say that they wouldn't provide girls education, but they made they claim that they didn't have separate facilities, that there wasn't going security, that so they made excuses, and education for girls never materialized. And this is the fear for Afghan girls this time around as well. They were hoping, there was a fervent hope that this time around the Taliban would be true to their word. And there's still an opportunity for the Taliban to do the right thing. What they are enacting right now and depriving women and girls of the right to education and work is devastating for the country on so many different fronts. It's devastating, as I noted, in terms of livelihood, in terms of sustainability. It's devastating because they are going to lose confidence both inside the country and with the international community. The window to address these issues is small. The Taliban's inability, and rather, it's their conscious decision to deprive the Afghan population of their rights and women and girls of the right to education, work, and security is not one that's going to be sustainable. It's not going to be tenable. The Afghan population will not accept it, and the international community will not tolerate it.
Yeah.
And
I wanted to ask you about the international community because CNN spoke to an 18-year-old girl by the name of Taman, who told us, "I was so excited to go back to school after 8 months of being deprived of an education. But then after being told it wasn't happening, she said, all my classmates went home in tears." What can the international community do to put pressure on the Taliban to reverse its decision to allow girls, teenagers, to go to school?
The international community is very much aligned on this issue. The messaging is consistent. I've been in conversations with members of the international community all day, and it is very clear that what the message that they are sending to the Taliban is that this is not going to be business as usual. We have been very clear that this is a clear priority for the international community. We have been willing to engage pragmatically with the Taliban to identify where support was needed to enable girls to get back in school. We have delivered on our commitments and on our support. The onus is on them. They have to deliver, or there's going to be a significant impact on them, and unfortunately on Afghanistan.
Well, we'll see what that impact is, what those consequences are. Rina Amiri, the U.S. Special Envoy for Afghan Women, Girls and Human Rights. Good to have you with us. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Well, still to come, an important clue into what caused that China Eastern plane to fall out of the sky. One of the black boxes has been recovered. The details when One World returns. Investigators have made an important discovery at the site of the China Eastern plane crash. They found the cockpit voice recorder, and Chinese authorities say the data storage units appear to be in relatively good condition. Investigators are hoping the black box data can help them figure out why the plane seemed to fall out of the sky so quickly. Well, CNN's Will Ripley is following the story for us from Taipei and joins us now. Good to see you, Will. So the hope of finding any survivors very dim. But they do have one black box. How soon could authorities glean some information from that?
Possibly within a matter of hours, or it could take days or longer, depending on the condition of the so-called black box. Although, as you saw from the video there, it's actually painted orange, which is a good thing because they've had to scour the woods through pieces of this plane to try to find the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder. They haven't found the flight data recorder just yet, but the cockpit voice recorder is going to be crucial because this is where you can listen to what the pilots are saying at the time of the plane making that terrifying descent, 7 kilometers in less than 3 minutes, plunging out of the sky, nose diving down into that mountain. The rescuers have had a really tough go of it. They're having to use hand tools to dig through the brush and the forest to find these pieces of this plane. They've discovered, they say, pieces of dead bodies. They've found charred wallets and ID cards, ripped pieces of clothing, and of course larger pieces of the plane itself. But because of the force of this impact, it is very grim and it is very slow going. You have hundreds of responders that Chinese President Xi Jinping has dispatched, Linda, but it's going to take them a long time, not only to find the flight data recorder, but also just to try to piece together this plane and figure out what happened. And on top of that, they're going to face the huge challenge of trying to identify the remains of those 132 people who were on board.
Yeah, 132 people. So we know this was a Boeing plane that crashed. Who is helping with this investigation, Will?
Well, as far as we know, it is China Eastern Airlines conducting a safety review, and the Chinese aviation authorities, the China Civil Aviation Administration. Boeing is ready to send their experts. The National Transportation Safety Board also ready to send their experts. But as of our last update with them, they haven't gotten the official invitation, which is raising concerns about whether this is going to be a transparent investigation, given that China Eastern Airlines is a state-run airline, given that this type of air accident is extraordinarily rare in China. They haven't had a fatality of more than 5 people since 2010, but there's obviously a lot of scrutiny on this because of the involvement of the Chinese President Xi Jinping. So will the Chinese authorities hand over what they find? Will they reveal, or will they release the audio from the cockpit voice recorders of what the pilots were saying and doing at the time that plane was going down? These are the crucial questions that the world really wants answered because this plane, a Boeing 737-800, it's been in the skies for almost 25 years. It first started flying back in 1998. It has a very good safety record. It's not the Boeing 737 MAX that really brought Boeing to its knees with all of its problems, that new model. This is a tried and tested plane, and it shouldn't fall out of the sky like that. There are safeguards in place to prevent this kind of an accident, and they need to know. They need to find out what happened, Linda.
And all the families of those 132 people on board need some answers. Will Ripley, good to have you with us from Taipei. Thank you. And thanks to everyone for joining us today. I'm Linda Kincaid. Our coverage continues with Ana Cabrera and Don Lemon next. Stay with us. You're watching CNN.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Hello, and thank you for joining us. I'm Anna Cabrera in New York. Don Lemon is with us in Lviv, Ukraine. And as Europe agonizes over its worst crisis since World War II, President Biden embarks on one of the most important presidential trips in years. He is on his way to Brussels to meet with NATO allies tomorrow and to announce yet more sanctions on Russia. The latest Western measures are taking shape as Ukraine beats back Russian forces, launching a counteroffensive near the capital.
Northeast of Kyiv, Russian and Ukrainian forces trade gunfire. CNN has geolocated and verified the authenticity of this video of the firefight posted on social media. And west of the capital, Ukrainian forces have freed the town of Makariv. In Kyiv's northwestern suburb of Irpin, Ukrainian troops are said to now control 80% of the city. The goal? Prevent Russian troops from encircling the capital and cut off their desperately needed supplies of food and fuel. CNN's Phil Mattingly is in Brussels for us. Barbara Starr at the Pentagon and Phil Black is in Lviv here with me. We're going to start with Phil Mattingly. Phil, what are President Biden's priorities when he meets with NATO allies?
Yeah, Don, the president's expected to land here in a couple hours for really the highest stakes diplomatic trip, certainly of his presidency. When it comes to Europe, probably the highest stakes an American president has had in decades. And when you talk to U.S. officials, they make clear the goals are really twofold. One, maintain the unity that has really defined the Western alliance over the course of the last month, but also ramp up pressure on President Vladimir Putin. That will include a series of issues that have been the subject of negotiation over the course of the last several days, ramping up sanctions on individuals, Russian lawmakers, Russian oligarchs, also trying to put in place measures that will block attempts to evade the sanctions that are already in place, the sweeping sanctions across different economic spheres of the Russian economy. Also, we've heard discussion about increased NATO troop posture in Eastern European countries. That will be ramped up over the course of the coming days and weeks. And I think there's a continued discussion, Don, when you talk to U.S. officials and also European officials over here about the recognition of two things. One, that they don't see any near-term end to this conflict. And two, the fact that the fighting on the ground has reached a stalemate level has drawn palpable concerns about what President Vladimir Putin may do next. You heard the president earlier today talk about a very real threat of chemical warfare. The NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg talked about that today as well. So you mix all of those together, plus the just sheer number of meetings that the president's going to have over the course of the next 24 hours, you recognize the urgency, the very real concern, and the desire, both on the U.S. side but also the European side as well, to come up with new ways to increase pressure and hopefully, in their minds, shift a dynamic that up to this point has remained very steadily in the form of Russia only escalating, showing no signs of de-escalation, Don.
It's from Phil Mattingly in Brussels to Phil Black here in Lviv. Everyone has been surprised by the resolve of the Ukrainian military. What is the very latest? Ukrainian military gaining ground in the capital city of Kyiv.
Yes, so they've clawed back territory, John, to the west and the northwest of the capital. It is an extraordinary achievement in itself, because a month ago when this war started, no one was predicting this sort of scenario. The Ukrainians were supposed to be overwhelmed very quickly. How have they done it? Well, I think this video shot in the northeast, or just northeast of the city, a battle at a train station, really shows how they've been fighting. You see these Ukrainian defenders, a small group of them, under fire, returning fire, and one of them standing out in the open repeatedly, firing and reloading a rocket-propelled grenade. It gives a sense of the spirit, not just of the defense, but now the counterattack as well. This is not just morale boosting. It could, if they can hold this ground, and it's a big if, they have to hold and consolidate this territory, it could prevent Russia from continuing to encircle the capital, Kyiv, and that could have a big impact on the course of the war.
Especially if Russia doesn't get help from folks like the Belarusians or Belarus, then they can possibly continue to hold, but you said that is a big if. I want to turn now to Barbara Starr. Barbara Starr at the Pentagon. Ukraine, I should say, has received its first deliveries from the latest round of military aid from the U.S., and President Biden also wants to talk to NATO allies about the force posture along the eastern edge. Can you share our new reporting on this, Barbara?
Well, Don, what we've learned is President Biden has been given a series of options by the Pentagon. Whether things are actually decided with finality in Brussels remains to be seen. He wants to talk to the allies, as does Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, who's accompanying him on the trip. Here's what they're looking at. There's some ideas out there about beefing up U.S. forces even further, possibly additional rotational forces. They go in and out of the eastern flank, possibly some permanent increase in U.S. force structure in Europe, and even the notion, if the allies want it, would they build a new massive military base somewhere in Europe, a much more permanent presence? And what this really goes to, of course, is that Vladimir Putin has changed the face of international security in Europe now in such a profound way. Many people believe it will never be able to go back to the way it was. This is now the new security structure in Europe. The alliance, the NATO alliance, looking at what they need to do to bolster it even further and to make sure the Russians don't make any further advances. Don?
All right, Phil, Barbara, thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's the latest in the region. Anna, I'm going to send it back to you in New York now.
Thank you all. Let's continue this conversation. And Ambassador Richard Haass is the president of the Council on Foreign Relations. He's the author of The World, A Brief Introduction, and he joins us now. A pleasure to have you with us. Thanks for taking the time. What's your advice, Ambassador Haass, as you know, these NATO leaders go into this summit?
Well, they've obviously got to continue to do things to strengthen Ukraine militarily. One thing I've been thinking about and suggesting is we ought to think about providing it some anti-ship missiles to go after those Russian naval vessels that are doing all the shelling of southern cities. We
so
ought
they
to
don't
be looking
have
at
those
ways
yet?
we can. Apparently not. I don't see any evidence that they do. We ought to be looking at ways to tighten the sanctions, though the single most important sanction to tighten is European thirst for Russian energy. Is there any way to accelerate the reduction in demand in Germany and other European countries for Russian gas? That would be critical. And then they've also got to think several steps ahead. What are we prepared to do if Mr. Putin decides to expand the war, say, to Poland? What do we do if he does use, God forbid, chemical or nuclear weapons inside Ukraine? What about cyber attacks on one or more NATO countries? I think it would be really useful if the leaders went through the various scenarios, because should these things happen, that is not the time to begin the conversation. That's the time to come to decision.
In terms of what more can be done, President Biden is expected to announce new sanctions on hundreds of members of Russia's Duma. That's the country's lower legislative body. Do you see that as a game changer?
In a word, no. These are not people who have significant power. They don't have access to power. I'm not per se against it, but we shouldn't kid ourselves. These are symbolic sanctions, not serious ones.
Right, and they already sanctioned some of the Duma members, and so this would just expand the list. And of course, we aren't seeing resignations or major pushback on Putin from those lawmakers in the face of these personal sanctions at this point. What do you make of the reporting, though, from Russian state media that a Russian government insider, Anatoly Chubais, Putin's special representative on the environment, has quit his post? Because my understanding is this guy was an early Putin supporter. He gave him his first Kremlin job in the mid-90s, so they go way back.
Look, if things like this are true, it's to be welcome. My hunch is he won't be the last. And indeed, Mr. Putin's already moving against some of his security and military leaders, almost in a preemptive strike against them. I think he wants to scapegoat people for his own failures militarily. And I think he wants to preempt by going after those who might be in a position to organize something against him. The fact that somebody like Mr. Chubais is leaving is simply a sign that the more westernized Russian elites understand that Mr. Putin is driving the country over the ledge.
Is it your sense that Putin is getting weaker in terms of his standing in his country and obviously around the world?
Russia is objectively getting weaker. Militarily, it's been shown to be in some ways a Potemkin army. Economically, obviously, it's considerably weaker. Its appeal is less around the world. But I don't assume that Putin internally is weaker. I would like that to be the case. So far, though, he seems to have control of the streets. And we honestly don't know whether there are those with some power or access to him who might be organizing against him. Let me put it this way. If we know about it, he's going to know about it. So it's probably just as well we don't know.
So far, President Biden has let the European leaders and other allied counterparts do the talking with Putin directly, keeping the U.S. at arm's length. Clearly, this is intentional. Why do you think that is?
We don't want to turn this into a U.S.-Russia, a confrontation that would very much play into Putin's distorted narrative. We want to make this aggression against Europeans, against Ukraine in particular. And at the end of the day, it's going to be Mr. Zelensky and the legitimate government of Ukraine that's going to have to decide what they are prepared to compromise in order to get this war to stop, in order to get Russian forces out of their country.
How long can the U.S. stick to this strategy, though? Does ending this conflict at some point involve or require a face-to-face between President Biden and President Putin, do you think?
Look, my view is if we actually had reason to believe that a face-to-face meeting, one carefully coordinated between the United States and its European allies and with Ukraine, would serve any purpose, I wouldn't be against it. Diplomacy is a tool of national security. It's a means to an end. But there's no reason to believe that Mr. Putin is willing to significantly compromise and to give him the show of diplomacy and of acceptance and legitimacy without real reason to believe that everything's wired and we're going to have an acceptable result. I wouldn't go ahead with it again unless I was confident of what the outcome would be.
Putin's top spokesman didn't rule out the use of nuclear weapons. Do you think Putin is actually contemplating this?
Look, again, we don't know. They never defined the word existential. They said it could be used if there's an existential threat. My own hunch is they're likely bluffing here. They want to intimidate us into backing down from some of our support of Ukraine. But look, I think we've learned we can't rule anything out with Mr. Putin. This was a war of choice that he initiated. He's a one-man band. There's not really institutions in Russia anymore. He is the center of decision-making. So again, I think right now with the president going to Europe, we ought to figure out what we need to do to deter any possible Russian use of nuclear weapons, and we ought to start thinking through how we might respond to it.
Ambassador Richard Haass, it's a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you for making time for us. I hope you'll come back soon. So Ukraine is retaking ground, we hear, from Russian soldiers suffering from bad leadership, heavy losses, supply issues, even frostbite. Where do things stand right now? We'll discuss. Plus, Supreme Court nominee Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, right now, live pictures as she faces senators for a second day of questioning. And she was pressed on Trump-related opinion, where she stated presidents are not kings. That and much more just ahead.
This refrigerator truck represents another side of this war. It's parked outside a city morgue, and city officials say that it is partially filled with the bodies of some 350 Russian soldiers. There is another refrigerator truck, they say, that is parked in another part of the city with around 400 Russian corpses. And when you come to this side here, you can smell the stench of cadavers. The Ukrainian officials say that they are conducting DNA tests of the Russian dead and that they are then going to send these bodies to the Ukrainian capital to eventually be returned to Russia and to the families for proper burial. Ivan Watson, CNN, Dnipro, Ukraine.
Just one more sign there pointing in the wrong direction for Russia right now. I want to bring in Lieutenant General Mark Hertling, a CNN military analyst who was the commanding general of Europe in the 7th Army. In general, U.S. defense officials estimate up to 10,000 Russian military deaths. That includes at least 5 Russian generals, according to Ukrainian officials. Plus, they have heavy equipment losses. There are morale issues, supply shortages, reports of frostbite among Russian troops. And now you have Ukrainian officials saying Ukrainian fighters are starting to take back territory. All this together, what does it tell you?
Well, it tells me 2 things, Anna, and I've been saying this from the very beginning. First of all, I'd say that the troops killed number that's been advertised by many, I think that's lowballing the figure. You also have many thousands who have deserted their equipment, who have walked off the field. So you're seeing a stalled Russian force. They cannot continue the offensive. It's been this way for over 10 days now. And what you're seeing is the Ukrainian forces, both their army and their territorials, conducting what's known as an active defense. They're still defending their cities, especially Kyiv, but they are going out on minimum offensives in order to kill the Russian forces who are consolidated around those cities. And they are having great effects because their morale is much higher. Morale being a combination of faith in their leadership, faith in their training and their equipment, an understanding of what their true mission is, and the ability to do the things that they need to do. You don't have those same kind of morale issues within the Russian army. They don't know, they're incompetent in terms of their training and their leadership primarily.
I just want to underscore what you said, that you believe this 10,000 Russian troop killed number is lowball. When you think about that, I mean, that is more than the U.S. lost in terms of our military personnel in both the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan over the course of 2 decades. And here we are just a month into this invasion, and that's what we're talking about. I do want to play what we're hearing from a Ukrainian soldier today. Listen to what he said about the Russian forces.
I could say that they have some problems with their tactic, with their strategy. I don't understand why they not so efficient as they could be. But yeah, they are professionals. That is definitely.
We know Russia has caused tremendous damage in Ukraine, but they are struggling to hang on to territory, especially when you are talking about Irpin and Makariv, so just a little northwest of Kyiv. What do you see as the biggest issue or problem for Russia right now? Is it poor leadership? Is it a lack of preparation, a lack of motivation by the Russian forces?
All of those things, plus you add into those supply issues. This has been the one point that I've made since the beginning of this campaign. They do not have enough forces, first of all, for all of their objectives, Anna. Remember, we were talking about 190,000 Russian forces surrounding Ukraine just a couple of weeks ago. Not all of those are fighters. In an army at any given time, less than half of the total force are fighters. The other half are the supporters. They don't seem to have a logistical plan. Their commanders are inept and have not done the things they needed to do to execute the kinds of things where you see all those arrows on the map board. Each one of those is a different assault. And you've got to have a lot of force, an overwhelming force in the attack against the defense. There are some theorists that say it's got to be a 3-to-1 advantage. From the very beginning, they did not have enough force to conduct those various attacks throughout a country. And if you circle do a full moon or a half moon around the eastern part of Ukraine, that's 1,400 miles from Chernihiv down to Crimea. So you're talking about a long distance requiring support, requiring command and control. Each one of those areas requires a multiple troop formation. And what I'd say, and having seen the Russians train and exercise, they have not prepared well for the kinds of things they're asking their soldiers to do. And the soldiers are not trained that well in the Russian army. They have a one-year conscription period for the most part. They don't get to learn. They don't get to fire their tank rounds as much as a U.S. military force does. Their infantry tactics are very poor, and their junior level leaders aren't the kind of sergeants that we have in our army.
Well, and as we pointed out earlier, a number of generals have apparently died in this fighting. So they don't have leadership to tell them what to do at this stage, at least in some of these cases. Let me switch for a moment and talk about U.S. forces, because we're learning today the Pentagon provided the White House some options for potential additional U.S. troops to head to Eastern Europe. Already, we know the U.S. has repositioned about 15,000 military personnel in reaction to Russian aggression, with a total of about 100,000 troops in Europe right now, according to a senior U.S. defense official. Does it make sense to you to send more U.S. troops to Europe?
It does, Anna, and I'm smiling because when I was the commander there in 2011 and 2012, we set up an actual series of briefings for leadership in the United States to say this is what we needed for a re-emerging Russia. But because of the wars and because of other factors, they weren't given. Where Don Lemon was the other night in Nova Sela, Bulgaria, and another base in Constanta, Romania, those two bases were built. There are literally bases there already waiting for U.S. Army brigade combat teams to fall into them. Poland has also said we will host U.S. soldiers. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania have all said we would also like U.S. forces in our country. So these sizes that we're talking about, repositioning the forces that are already there, the two U.S. combat brigades, the Stryker Brigade and an airborne brigade out of Italy, it's easy to start seeing that those troops adding up, but it's what more troops could they give? Right now, there are currently two other armor brigades of about 5,000 soldiers each already in Europe. Those are the rotational forces that Barbara Starr was talking about. Yep. It would be very easy to send more forces there because there are stocks that they can draw from and just getting the soldiers on the ground. This does not surprise me at all, and in fact, it's a plan that the U.S. military has had on the books for about 10 years.
General, I want to end with this because my heart is so heavy every time I think about and read about what's happening in Mariupol. And when you take a look at this just devastating video out of this city, Mariupol, as someone who has led troops and made decisions about who or what to attack, what's your reaction? What goes through your mind when you see this level of devastation?
My emotional response, Anna, is just like yours. Any professional soldier would say this is criminal. Because it is. And I can't understand from any point of view why the Russian military would be doing this. There is no purpose in this. There is no strategic, operational, or tactical objective to doing this kind of things to a thriving city. It's just murder on a large scale. And that's why I've been saying for a while, these are all war crimes. There is no tactical advantage of leveling a city like this, displacing hundreds of thousands of people, women and children, old people, sick people. It's just unfathomable to me that any military force in the world would do something like that. And I can only say it's horrific and criminal, and Mr. Putin and his generals, by the way, should be punished for this.
Lieutenant General Mark Hertling, thank you very much. The help can't get in. The victims can't get out. Russians stealing the buses meant to evacuate people trapped in Mariupol. And then there's this. Another symbol of Ukrainian strength. This cellist, a citizen of Kharkiv, playing on the war-torn streets of that city. This musician hopes his performances will raise money to help rebuild after this war.
Don Lemon here live in Lviv, Ukraine, and we're getting a fresh look at the overwhelming damage and destruction in the besieged southern port city of Mariupol. Take a look at this. There's new drone video, and it shows what was once a thriving city now reduced to ashes, rubble, really. President Zelensky is saying that about 100,000 people are still trapped there, and now Russia is reportedly stealing their chances of making it out alive. Ukrainian officials say Russian troops have commandeered evacuation buses that were headed into Mariupol to rescue civilians. And we're seeing dire conditions in other cities around Ukraine as well. The humanitarian aid group Mercy Corps estimates that some towns only have a few days worth of food. So the perfect person to discuss this with is Senior Vice President of Programs at Mercy Corps, and that is Craig Redmond. Craig, thank you. Really appreciate you joining us. You and your team are doing great work here. Tell us about this situation. How dire is it?
The situation is terrible. And the interesting thing about this conflict is that you see some cities that are basically running out of food. Others have people that are able to flee, so you have this wide variety of situations happening. But overall, it's just a desperate situation.
A few days? A few days?
A few days, yeah. Well, those besieged cities, they're circled. You know, there's no humanitarian corridor going into those places, so they just don't have access to food.
So is that the breakdown in the supply chain? What is it?
It's a breakdown supply chain. It's just that the supply chain itself is too dangerous, so the people transporting food in and out can't do it safely.
Yeah. We show the video of this convoy of evacuation buses, and that's what the reporting is showing. About 11 evacuation buses driving towards, trying to get, some help, driving towards, were commandeered by Russian forces and taken into an undisclosed location. What's your reaction to how something like this is affecting the Ukrainian people and the effort to get aid into the areas that where Ukrainians really need it?
My reaction to that is, here's the thing that we're all finding. We're seeing the incredible bravery of the Ukrainian people as they rise to this. In fact, the response, the humanitarian response here in this country will be on Ukrainian terms. It will really be led by Ukrainian organizations that are responding to this with support from organizations like Mercy Corps. They're the ones who are going to be helping us to understand how to navigate the complexity that we're seeing on the ground.
Yeah. How much longer can these folks hold out? How much longer can they hold out before it's...
Well, it depends on where we are. Some places people are desperate. In some places there's a bit more time for us to mobilize organizations to help us get the stuff that's needed, food, non-food items, all kinds of things into people.
There are reports out there about Russian soldiers stealing food and some of the humanitarian aid that is coming in. Have you heard that? I'm
not surprised to hear that.
Why not?
Because, it appears that they are also desperate. They themselves may well be running out of their own food. So it's not surprising to hear that, actually.
When you sat down, we were saying, all of this, and for what?
Yes.
Do you have an answer? I don't have an answer.
I don't have an answer for that. I don't, but Don, just like other emergencies, other humanitarian crises around the world, you just got to ask yourself, for what? To what end? And this one also doesn't make any sense.
We have been here on the ground, and so many people are helping. There are people who are letting refugees, I hate to say that, or displaced people into their homes, families helping each other. Most of the mothers, especially the young mothers here, are single moms now because their husbands are off fighting the war. They're on the front lines. So much help has been coming in from here, but what can people at home who are watching, what can they do to help? What do people need most? Is it money? What is it?
Well, if you can support organizations like ours, wonderful. If not, I'll tell you one thing about this crisis is that it has raised everyone's awareness of what it means to be a displaced person, what it means to be internally displaced or a refugee that crosses borders. And I think that's going to bode well for our support of these kinds of crises in the future. Paying attention, talking to our representatives about getting the support where it's needed.
Yeah. Are you surprised every time? Look, this one surprises me every time I'm on a scene similar to this, but this one just, it's not a natural disaster.
It's not a natural
disaster. And for what?
It doesn't make sense. And then at the same time, just the incredible bravery of Ukrainian people that we've seen, organizations we're working with, we're just trying to give them the resources they need so they can take action.
Continue doing the great work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Craig Redmond from Mercy Corps. Appreciate it so much. So we're going to show you this. These are images, some new images coming in of children who are impacted by Putin's war. Look at your screen, the youngest among us, right? On your screen right now, that is 13-year-old Melina. Her name is Melina. She was reportedly shot while fleeing Mariupol. Not far from Melina lies 5-year-old Beligay. Their fight clearly not over, as their windows are covered by sandbags to block bullets or shrapnel. And back in the U.S., we're getting new pictures of Ukrainian pediatric cancer patients arriving from Poland. The first group officially making it to St. Jude Children's Hospital in Memphis, where they will be able to continue their treatment thanks to the hospital's humanitarian outreach. There you go, the littlest among us, some of the biggest victims. We'll be right back.
Right now, historic hearings continue on Capitol Hill. Supreme Court nominee Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson is facing a second day of questioning. Senators are grilling her on the separation of powers, her judicial philosophy, and the growing diversity of the court.
I do consider myself, having been born in 1970, to be the first generation to benefit from the civil rights movement, from the legacy of all of the work of so many people that went into changing the laws in this country so that people like me could have an opportunity to be sitting here before you today.
CNN Supreme Court reporter Ariane DeVoe joins us now. Ariane, you've been following this closely. She survived GOP attacks on day one. What are the key takeaways today?
Right. I think it's so interesting that you played that sound from her this morning, Anna, because it really takes the audience back to the fact that this is so historic. She's the first black woman to be at the Supreme Court. Her two parents and her brother have been sitting right behind her all this time during these hearings. And of course, one other interesting thing is the fact that the Republicans are continuing to grill her here. They're asking about her views on abortion, on the Second Amendment, her judicial philosophy. Most of all, they're still pressing her on what she thinks about the idea of court packing, adding more members of the court, and then, of course, ideas on whether or not her rulings against Trump went too far. In one, she said presidents are not kings.
My brother followed in a long tradition in my family of public service. He, I think, looked up to my uncles who were often around in their uniforms, keeping their weapons away from the kids by putting them up on high shelves. And we looked up to them, and we understood through their service what it meant to give back to your community.
So, Ariane, that was her obviously taking on some of the criticism that Republicans have tried to lob her way regarding her views and her record, trying to suggest she's soft on crime.
Right. And I think that's an interesting answer there, because while they're saying she's soft on crime, she's telling people, look, I come from a family of law enforcement. My brother was in law enforcement. My uncles were in law enforcement. As a child, I grew up with my uncles coming to the dinner table, putting their weapons on a high shelf so the kids wouldn't get to them. She really wants to press the point that she understands the importance of public safety and law enforcement. And she told that personal story to sort of emphasize it there, Anna.
All right, thank you so much, Ariane DeVoe, for that update. Tornadoes rip through New Orleans, flipping vehicles, tearing homes from foundations. This is at least the New Orleans area, I should say. Today, crews are combing through the rubble here. We'll go there live next. Cleanup is underway near New Orleans, where at least 2 tornadoes struck Tuesday night, leaving some neighborhoods badly damaged. Take a look at this. You can see a school bus flipped over, a rooftop completely ripped off. Authorities say at least 1 person was killed in St. Bernard Parish and several other people were injured. CNN meteorologist Derek Van Dam is there in St. Bernard Parish. Derek, what are you seeing?
Yeah. Well, here's that exact same school bus that was tossed like a toy over 100 yards from where it was originally parked. And Anna, I want to take you to the skies because we're starting to gain access to more communities that were impacted by this devastating and what we know to be a deadly tornado as well. This is part of the long track tornado or the duration of the tornado that went from the south to the north. And we see from this video a house that has been completely removed from its foundation and deposited, literally dumped onto the road in front of it, blocking part of the access to that neighborhood. I mean, this is just some of the scenes that are moving on around, that are taking place across the St. Bernard Parish. And, you know, we've talked to residents that lived through this horrible moment in time, and the way they described it to me was, it felt like they were living a real-life movie. They literally could feel the pressure drop in their ears as the tornado approached them. The windows crashed in around them. They had to take a mattress and hide their children as well as their other family members in the bath within their home. And fortunately, they survived with no injuries, but they were there to tell the story. These are the comet stories that are taking place here, and it's all because of the powerful winds surrounding this storm. In fact, the National Weather Service has just done a preliminary storm survey of this particular tornado, and they have come to the conclusion that this was at least an EF3 tornado. So that means winds of 136 miles per hour up to 160 miles per hour. So that's just preliminary. They could find damage that is even higher than that with higher winds. So this is potentially record-breaking territory for St. Bernard Parish because the strongest tornado to ever impact this area, February 7th, 2017, was an EF3, caused devastation basically in this same location. The lower 9th Ward, St. Bernard Parish, this area cannot catch a break. Natural disasters from Katrina to Andrew. We had Ida last year, and now we have yet another tornado to talk about.
Those images are just incredible. The bus that was thrown a whole football field, that house lifted and just plopped in the middle of a roadway. And to think, I know these are preliminary numbers, 1 person dead, but still looking at those images, it seems like it could have been such a devastating and much more deadly storm. Thank you so much, Derek Van Dam, for your reporting. Let's head overseas now. Chinese authorities have asked the NTSB to help investigate the crash of that passenger plane with 132 people on board. Search crews now say they have found the Boeing 737's cockpit voice recorder. So far, Monday's crash has really baffled investigators. Not only did it happen during the cruising portion of the trip, but officials say China Eastern Airlines Flight 5735 didn't send any Mayday signals. I want to bring in CNN aviation correspondent Pete Muntean. Pete, help us understand why this crash is so hard to explain and what could be on this cockpit voice recorder.
Well, data from the cockpit voice recorder is so key, Anna. It picks up not only what the pilots say on the radio, but also between themselves over the intercom and the ambient noise like the whine of the engines. It is a lot of information, and that could quickly determine whether this was an intentional act like the Germanwings crash of 2015. Experts tell us that possibility simply cannot be eliminated until investigators listen to these recordings, because the big mystery here still persists. Why did Flight 5735 make such a dramatic and blistering dive? It started around the same time the flight was to make its normal descent for landing. Data from Flight Radar 24 shows the plane lost 25,000 feet in less than 2 minutes' time. Now, Chinese aviation authorities say there was no radio contact with the crew during that dive, even after they were prompted by air traffic control. Chinese investigators now confirm there was a third pilot on the flight deck, but they also underscore that the pilots were deemed in good condition before the flight and they were not experiencing any family problems at home. We also now know Chinese investigators have invited the NTSB from here in the United States to be part of this investigation. But there is one big wrinkle in all this, Anna. Will the data from the cockpit voice recorder be usable? Look at this video of the dive obtained by Chinese state television. Pilots I've been talking to tell me the impact had to take place with such tremendous force, they wonder if the voice recorder's solid state memory is still intact. And if it's not usable, it puts a lot of faith in the flight data recorder, which has not yet been recovered, Anna.
I mean, that is just incredible to see that video and think there was no warning, right? Obviously a huge mystery. Pete Muntean, thank you very much. And I know you're going to stay on that reporting. That does it for us today. Thank you for joining us. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. Until then, please join me on Twitter at Ana Cabrera. Our special coverage continues after a quick break.
Hello everyone and welcome to Amanpour. Here's what's coming up.
We must make sure that Putin will be defeated. It must be the common goal.
European Council President Charles Michel promises a united front and a clear goal against Vladimir Putin. My interview as President Biden heads to Europe. Then, Ukraine's ambassador to the EU weighs in on whether the allies are doing enough to help them stop this onslaught. And
I do think people are moved by the conflict. They're moved by the struggle of the Ukrainian people. But I also think they want to know that their government has a plan.
with Europe and the United States having to weigh economic pain on Putin and their own people, US Representative Elissa Slotkin joins me, calling for the most aggressive push possible to help Ukrainians. And later,
We see it happening in other parts of the world, and somehow we think it's not going to come here.
former CDC Director Tom Frieden tells Walter Isaacson the next COVID wave is already on its way. Welcome to the program, everyone. I'm Christiane Amanpour in Brussels, and President Joe Biden is on his way here for emergency summit meetings with NATO heads of state, the European Union and the G7. Biden plans to highlight Allied unity as leaders wrestle with what more they can do to deter Vladimir Putin. Now, before leaving for Europe, President Biden warned of the real threat of Russian escalation, using chemical, biological, or even tactical nuclear weapons on the battlefield.
Now Putin's back against the wall. He wasn't anticipating the extent or strength of our unity. And the more his back is against the wall, the greater the severity of the tactics he may employ.
This is a very, very huge worry, and it's very rare for an American president to be invited to join a gathering of EU leaders. But that won't stop Joe Biden from urging them on, European allies, to accelerate their energy independence, even while some call for a pause to assess the effect of the current sanctions. Now, host and European Council President Charles Michel tells me the tactic is to impose intelligence sanctions that hurt Russia more than they hurt Europe. And he says the ultimate goal is to defeat Vladimir Putin. President Charles Michel, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
So this is an extraordinary summit, and you're welcoming the President of the United States. We know that he wants to urge allies to strengthen the sanctions against Russia. Will that happen at this summit?
We have decided unprecedented sanctions against Russia together with the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom. This is the fourth package of sanctions. And to be concrete, we are targeting oligarchs, we are targeting the economic sectors in Russia, the financial sector in Russia. And of course, we are ready to see what we need to do in order to strengthen the pressure against Russia. But to be clear, we do not have exactly the same situation in Europe and in the United States. Let me give you one example. The oil or the gas sector, for instance. We are much more dependent in Europe in comparison with the situation in the United States. That's why we must be intelligent. The goal is to target Russia. The goal is to be painful against Russia. The goal is not to be painful for ourselves. And I think this is important for us at the European Union's level to protect our economic strength, our economic power. This is the key condition in order to be able to support Ukraine and to take painful measures against Russia.
Can you do that? Can you, as they say, thread that needle?
I have the impression that of course, we will have the debate with the 27 European leaders. But I feel that all the European leaders, they understand that what we are facing today is so important for the future. And, you know, we built this European Union's project after the World War II in order to make this promise. Peace and prosperity. And with this war launched by Russia against Ukraine, peace and prosperity are put into danger by Russia.
On this business of sanctions, the tricky one is energy. The US and the UK have taken much more hard decisions than Europe has. We understand, precisely because of what you're saying, you're much more dependent. Probably a mistake now in hindsight. 40% of your energy comes from Russia. They potentially want to do a pause in these sanctions. Is that going to be allowed, a pause to see how it's working?
No, I think that this is true, that we are too much dependent on Russian gas, and we have not discovered this weakness a few weeks ago. That's why we took the decision a few years ago to launch what we call the Green Deal. This is also the way in order to be less dependent in the future. And by the way, we do not have many gas fields on our European Union soil. I'll give you another example, because energy is important, but the dual-use components for the military equipment, for instance, we would like to have this debate and to see if it's possible to strengthen the measures against Russia in order to make sure that we don't provide to the Russian government, to the Russian army, the components that they need in order to use military equipment against Ukraine. It's another concrete topic, and it shows that we must be effective, we must be concrete in order to have tangible effects as soon as possible.
So no dual-use military components, but as you can see, even your tough sanctions, the unprecedented sanctions that the world has put on Russia, has not yet changed the Kremlin's calculus. We had the spokesman Dmitry Peskov, very close confidant to President Putin on the program last night, who said that it's going according to plan, maybe a little slower. We haven't finished yet, i.e. we're going to continue this military offensive and repeating the maximalist goals. So it hasn't affected their calculation yet.
Yeah, one first element, we don't think that in fact it is going like they thought when they decided to launch the war. I'll give you a few examples. They probably thought that Ukraine would be defeated in a few hours or in a few days. It's not the case. Ukraine is resisting. Probably they thought that the EU would be immediately divided and that we would not be able to take united decisions. This was also a mistake. Probably they would have thought that the United States and the EU, we would not be able to be exactly on the same page and to strengthen this alliance. It means that what's important, we must make sure that Putin will be defeated. It must be the common goal. This is a question of security for the future of Europe and for the future of the world. We have two tools, Christian, and the two tools we have in our hands, on the one hand, this is the Ukrainian resistance. That's why it's paramount to support as much as possible the Ukrainian authorities with military support, with humanitarian support, with financial support. Two examples. I have proposed to launch a trust fund solidarity with Ukraine in order to make sure that Ukraine has the money they need urgently in order to resist and in order to run the country in those challenging times for them. Point one. And point two, we have the sanctions that we can decide and that we have decided. And that's why we are cooperating, we are coordinating. Coming back to the energy sector, it's paramount for us at the European Union's level to coordinate with the United States and with some other friends in the world in order to be less dependent on Russian gas as soon as possible. Because by being less dependent, it means that we protect the European market, we protect the European economic strength, and this is fundamental in order for us to be a loyal, a strong partner for all our allies.
Just quickly, this summit, will it announce more and stronger sanctions or not?
We will discuss. I do not intend to have the debate today only with you.
Really?
It's a pleasure to have the debate with you, but we'll discuss with all the colleagues. But the global mood, the global trend is we want to be serious. We want to take strong decisions. But at the same time, you can understand, we want to be intelligent. And we don't want to take decisions with an immediate negative collateral effects for us. And from the very beginning, we were able to fine-tune the sanctions in order to be painful against Russia and to reduce the collateral negative effects for the European economy.
The other part of this, as you mentioned, is the Ukrainian resistance that actually none of you saw coming. You have got a fund where you have already devoted 2 tranches, nearly $1 billion worth of lethal aid. This is a first for the EU. Are you convinced that will be enough to help them, because you're not going in on the ground?
Yeah, we understand.
Are they getting the weapons they need?
You are right. We understand that we are facing a very difficult situation, because on the one hand, we want to support Ukraine, and we are supporting Ukraine. On the other hand, we don't want to face an escalation of the conflict, and we want to avoid a World War III. This is extremely clear. And it's why we've decided to provide military equipment, lethal military equipment to Ukraine. This is the first time time in the European Union's history.
Is it enough?
Such a decision. And we have already dedicated 1 billion euros for military equipment, and it comes in addition to the support by many European Union's member states. This is one first element. I think it's not enough. And that's why I proposed this trust fund solidarity with Ukraine in order to mobilize a lot of money immediately, not only the EU, the United States, but also to mobilize the international community. Why? Because it's important also to maintain the efforts for this anti-war coalition. It's fundamental to demonstrate it's not a confrontation, Russia against the EU, against NATO. This is a confrontation, Russia against the international community, because Russia doesn't respect the international law, doesn't respect the UN Charter.
You know, you just mentioned that you guys have made a calculation that you're not going to go to war with Russia. Presumably it's because you're worried about the nuclear element of this. And last night on my program, Dmitry Peskov, when I asked him 3 times whether they would use any kind of nuclear weapon, he gave a whole load of answers that didn't rule it out, that did not rule it out. Are you all planning for that now?
Yeah, this is again an explicit threat by Russia, and it's not acceptable and it's not responsible, and that's why the situation is so serious, and that's why this is so important to take the right decisions, because the decisions that we are taking today will have an effect in the mid-term, in the longer term. It's one first element, and that's why it's important also to support the efforts made by President Zelensky in the field of the direct talks with Russia. I have the occasion on a constant basis to be in constant contact with Vladimir Zelensky.
You talk to him a lot.
Yeah, and of course, and I had also the occasion to speak several times with Vladimir Putin, also since the beginning of the war. And we are trying to identify, in support of the Ukrainian authorities, what are the elements in order to make possible, as soon as possible, a ceasefire, and to make possible a sincere track in order to negotiate. And this is extremely difficult because we are not certain that the Russian government is sincere, and even we are not naive. We think that they are trying to attack military in order to strengthen their positions in the negotiation talks. But on the other hand, we must change the balance of power in order to give to President Zelensky a better position in those direct talks with Russia.
Can I ask you a question? You said you speak to Vladimir Putin as well. Do you sense that he is back against the wall? Does he need something to pull him away from that wall? Or is he completely committed to this?
No, this is difficult to assess because, like I said just before, we are totally convinced that it's not happening like he thought it would happen. This is one first element. On the other hand, this is extremely difficult to find a common ground between Ukraine and Russia on the security guarantees, on the question of the sovereignty of Ukraine. And it's an important point. Let's be clear. We want to protect and to defend the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of Ukraine, and only the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian people, they are allowed to decide what will be their own future, and they are able and allowed to decide what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. And our role, the European Union and the friends and partners of Ukraine, we must support them in order for them to be able to choose their own path, their own destiny. This, I think, very important to be clear on this question.
Finally, on the issue of refugees, again, Europe has opened its doors like it's never done before, with offers of residency, temporary working, health, all the things that refugees need and have never seen this kind of welcome before. How long is this going to continue, and can you afford it? There's some estimates that it's like $30 billion in the first year alone.
This is also another important topic, and I think that this is also a question of values and principles. And I'm confident. Why? Because I felt the recent weeks everywhere in Europe, the national governments, the local authorities, the people, the citizens in Europe, they understand that this is very important for us to welcome, to host those people, women, children, fleeing the bombings in in Ukraine, and we will do everything in order to maintain this European Union solidarity. And especially, I would like to comment countries like Poland, like Romania, and some others at the front line, because Moldova, they took immediately very important decisions, and we want to support them as much as possible.
European Council President Charles Michel, thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you.
A fight to take back territory from Russian troops appears to be making some headway on the ground. Ukrainian forces report that they have recaptured the town of Makariv, that's outside Kyiv, though we cannot confirm it independently yet. Ukraine's ambassador to the EU here, Vsevolod Chintsov, is with me now in Brussels, and we're going to discuss what's going on the ground, what's going on in terms of the diplomacy and the aid to your country. First and foremost, I want to tell you that the US government has formally now accused some Russian forces of committing war crimes in Ukraine. Obviously, this is something that has to be adjudicated in a court of law, but that is what they're saying. What does that mean to you? How do you think, could that be a game changer? And what is happening as far as you know, places like Mariupol?
Look, Russians, they continue to bombarding our cities, not only Mariupol, but Mariupol, it's a disaster. And we are capable to defend it. But also cities around Kiev, and you just mentioned one of them, is Makariv. It's we have a success there, so we are capable even to counterattack in certain areas. So it shows that our army is able to fight the bigger army, one of the biggest in the world. But this is not about only Ukrainian army. This is real patriotic war of Ukrainian people against Russia, against Russian invasion. And all those myths about fascists, about Ukrainian fake state, failed state, so forth, now they just proved just null and void, because Ukrainian nation exists as a political nation, and it doesn't matter which language we speak, Russian, Ukrainian, Hungarian.
Let me get to the language and all of that in a moment, but first, you know, these successes that you're having, is it also because you are now getting the reinforcements that you need? We understand that part of that, you know, the latest promise and pledge from President Biden from the United States, the $800 million plus the you know, anti-tank missiles and other such things, that there's a steady flow of allied weapons to you. Is that what you're seeing now, and you're being able to use them on the battlefield?
Look, there are several factors. First, our army is already 8 years fighting basically Russia and Russian proxies. So we are trained.
You mean since the first invasion of 2014?
Exactly, yeah. Exactly. Mm-hmm. And secondly, you're right, we are getting reinforcement both from United States, from European Union, and well, we don't have to tell where and what we are getting, mm-hmm. but we can use this equipment now quite efficiently. That's true.
I just want to get back, which is really interesting.
Yes.
Because also in the air, I know that you keep calling for a no-fly zone. You know that it's not going to happen anytime soon. And you know that your fighter pilots are outnumbered by the Russians, something like potentially even 10 to 1 in terms of numbers and even higher in terms of daily sorties. But they're doing quite well in the air. The dogfights are happening, they seem to be doing quite well, and that Russia has not been able to gain superiority of the air.
Yes, and we need more jets, we need more anti-aircraft weapons, and we need it now, because what Russians are doing, they want to destroy all airfields, just to complicate job for our pilots. That's true. And we drastically need that type of support.
You just mentioned the issue of languages and this and that. You know, obviously, that's what the Russians keep saying, that you don't let, you know, Russian speakers or pro-Russian people speak their language. They say they're Nazi signs in the east, in Kyiv and other such places. They say that they want you demilitarized. This is what Dmitry Peskov, the spokesman of President Putin, told me last night. Neutral. Mm-hmm. What parts of that can you accept, of those four things that I just said?
Look, I'm not in the negotiating team. As a citizen, I cannot accept any of those elements. But look, language. My mother tongue is Russian, and I never ask for Russian protection. And as I said, both Ukrainian-speaking, Russian-speaking soldiers, they're fighting, shoulder to shoulder. So all those myths, they're nonsensical. Regarding negotiations, look, in any conflict you need to talk. And what is possible, it depends how hard we can hit Russian economy now. And how much support we can get to reinforce our army. And to make sure that Russia will choose negotiated solution versus military solution. And it's also about diplomatic and political isolation of Russia, because now Russia is reaching out to Asia, to China, to lead, this kind of alternative.
Can China be a mediator, an honest broker? It does a lot of business with Ukraine.
Look, China is a strategic partner of Ukraine. And I think China should play a really important role here to keep, if not neutrality, but real neutrality, not pro-Russian neutrality. And this is something we also want to our EU partners here to discuss with China during summit on the 1st of April.
You just heard the European Council President, Charles Michel, talk about sensible and intelligent sanctions to create maximum pain for Putin, but not maximum pain for their own citizens. Talk to me about that. Do you feel that they've been effective, these sanctions so far?
Look, the sanctions are really massive. But what we need now, it's not to have not only intelligence, but really bold sanctions that are felt today, not tomorrow or in a year. And I think this is a crucial moment, then having United States President here, having Prime Minister of Canada, sometimes leading on difficult issues, including sanctions. So I think we could expect from this summit clear guidelines. So it's, if not decisions, so which could be those guidelines, they should be implemented here on the next stage.
President Biden and the administration have been raising this concern for a while, the potential use by President Putin of weapons of mass destruction, chemical, biological, maybe even tactical nuclear, because they say that, as what people can see, that the ground offensive is not going well, hence the fight against civilian targets and the bombardment of civilian targets. Do you think that that's a possibility? Do you think they would go that far?
Look, I think this message is prepared not for Ukraine, but for United States and NATO allies. The strategic dialogue was relaunched last summer between Russia and United States, and I think this is something to discuss on this level.
Again, Dmitry Peskov, when we ask and talk about, why are they bombarding civilians, he told me yesterday that they believe that your forces are using civilians as human shields. Let us just play this soundbite.
To get rid of the nationalist battalions and nationalist regiments who are now opposing Russian troops, who are now trying to cover themselves under the shield of civilians, thus paving a way for civil casualties. They're simply not letting people out from the city, from the town. And this is a problem because now we're receiving lots of refugees coming from there. And they simply tell us, they're eyewitnesses. They simply tell us that they were used like a shield. They were used under heavy bombardment. And then those nationalists, they were killing people who would want to leave the city.
Well, what is your reaction to that?
Well, I see Mr. Peskov quite frustrated. And it's a good sign because they cannot continue lying like that. So what they created in Mariupol, it's a sheer war crime, it's a humanitarian catastrophe. And they should just look at those images of the Russian missiles hitting residential areas and just analyze what they're doing and what they're talking.
There's been a Greek diplomat who's one of the latest to emerge from Mariupol, and he came out and he basically said, Mariupol is no more. I mean, you know, some estimates say 90% of the buildings there have been flattened, and even that there may be people still buried, probably no longer alive, but on the attacks on the theater and the other shelters. When you look to the future, how do you see and who do you see rebuilding your country? I know that you're in the middle of a war now, but what do you think of in the future and all those millions who've fled as well?
Look, we are going to rebuild our country, Ukrainians, definitely with the help of our partners. And this idea of Charles Michel, which I hope will be supported tomorrow at the summit, about the Solidarity Fund for Ukraine, is exactly to serve this goal. It's to help to cover existing needs, current needs, but also for reconstruction. And one word about ADPs. Definitely, Poland is doing a great job receiving our people, but the majority of people fleeing central and eastern Ukraine, southern Ukraine, are concentrated in western Ukraine. And we need to help them now. And I'm calling organizations like Red Cross and other organizations receiving millions of donations, use them now to help Ukrainians, not in 1 year. So this is my simple message.
And in the last 20 seconds that we have, what do you see in the next weeks, 2 weeks? How long do you think this can go on and that your country can hold out?
Look, the morale is very high and Ukrainian spirit is high, and we proved that we can fight. And definitely it depends on Ukrainian stamina, but it depends on our other two pillars, as we discussed, assistance and diplomatic and political pressure and isolation of Russia.
You know, this, Ambassador, is an epic struggle between East and West, between dictatorship and democracy, and we're just hearing that it has been confirmed in the United States that Madeleine Albright, the former Secretary of State, has died. And she worked very, very hard to face down the forces of dictatorship and communism, and certainly during the Balkan Wars, which we see replaying out in your country right now.
Exactly, but it's not about East and West. It's about good and evil.
Exactly, exactly. And that's what she stood for too. Thank you, Ambassador, for being with us.
Thank you very much.
That is very sad news indeed. I covered her a lot during the wars in the Balkans, and she always stood for what was right, and she came at it with her own experience as a child of communism, as a Jew whose family had to flee Nazism as well, and she brought all of that to her work as Secretary of State when it was her time to face down the forces of fascism in Europe during the Balkan Wars. She did that, and she brought the United States to confront them and to beat them. May she rest in peace. Now, as a veteran intelligence official, Congresswoman Elissa Slotkin is pushing for an aggressive response to Russia's invasion. But as a Democratic representative in a Republican-leaning district, she has had to convince her voters to support tough sanctions, even if it means higher prices at home. I asked her about that and about the threats of escalation in Ukraine when we spoke earlier. Congresswoman Slotkin, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me.
So the president is en route here to Brussels. There'll be the NATO summit, there'll be the EU summit. What do you expect? What do you want him to say, to do here with his allies to shore up the defense of Ukraine?
Yeah, well, a couple of things. First of all, obviously, it's always good when our senior-most leaders get together and have that visual of strength and unity. And NATO is more united now than I think it's been in a long, long time. But specifically, I'm looking at what additional weaponry we can give the Ukrainians from the stores of some of our NATO allies, particularly Russian-made equipment. But then also, I'm really interested in force posture. What are we going to see in terms of American forces, NATO forces being positioned closer to the front, making sure we reinforce our allies, of course, but just demonstrate that we're in it, and that NATO, crossing into NATO territory, is a clear red line for us. Looking for more economic sanctions, and there's some pretty painful ones that I think that are on the docket. Looking at members of the Russian parliament, the Russian Duma. And then lastly, we have to have some sort of united plan on the humanitarian response. And here, Poland, Romania have been doing, a huge amount of work along with a lot of other countries. But I think the United States could make some important announcements at this summit.
So let's just take let's just take the humanitarian, because that is obviously about people and they are fleeing. The UN said that 10 million at last count Ukrainians have been displaced. We know that 3 million plus have left the country, the rest inside, trying to go from dangerous to safer towns, city areas of the country. What should be done to relieve this humanitarian burden?
Well, obviously, we have to provide resources to the countries that are on the front lines of receiving these refugees. So that's Poland and Romania, a few other countries that are really stepping up. And, we passed a lot of money, $13 billion in order to help with that. But then also, I think the United States needs to do its part. Family reunification. We have a lot of Ukrainian Americans who would be happy to host their family for a couple of years if that's required. I think we need to allow that. And then taking in refugees. Canada and others are taking in refugees. So I think that it's about burden sharing, right? And making sure that every country is doing its part in proportion to their population.
Well, certainly the German foreign minister has been calling for that, not just here in Europe, but including to the United States. Why is that not happening when you see the open arms that most EU countries are extending? I mean, literally, they've provided temporary, for an indefinite period, housing, work, healthcare, all the kinds of things, social care that these mostly women and children might need. Why is the United States not doing the same?
Yeah, I think that, frankly, I don't have any special knowledge on the decision making inside the White House, but it is obvious that we've taken in quite a number of Afghans since the end of our presence in Afghanistan, since the fall of Kabul. And I think, frankly, I know from personal experience that has really been a surge on our refugee organizations, those who help those folks. I think there's caps that we have to deal with and have to decide to raise in order to bring in Ukrainians. But the truth is, I mean, as long as they're vetted and we understand, who it is who's coming to our shores and they pass all our vetting, we have the job market for them. We have the opportunities for them here. And I think many of them would be eager to work. So I don't totally understand. I just assume it's the pressure from the Afghans that came in September.
Let's get back to the battlefield. I spoke to President Putin's spokesman, Dmitry Peskov. He's been at his side for decades. He's a confidant. And I asked him many things, including why President Putin seems to have put a nuclear option on the table without saying that he's going to use a nuclear weapon. You remember he said that he had put his combat forces, deterrent forces, on high alert. You remember he threatened in his very first speech just before the invasion, saying that anybody who dared interfere with Russia would face the worst kind of consequences seen in history. And he has again said the same thing to the Finnish president, that if there was any effort to deter him and his military in Ukraine, the consequences would be very, very bad. And last night, Dmitry Peskov refused to rule it out and said that, if they face an existential threat, they would use nuclear weapons. How do you respond to that? What should the United States do?
Yeah, I watched that clip of that, and it was really sort of riveting, a riveting interview. I think that truth be told, nuclear weapons, the whole reason we have them is because countries have felt like, if there was an existential threat to them, that they needed to have that in their back pocket. There's a whole history of why countries have nuclear weapons. I think the fundamental question that I really took from that interview you did was, what is their definition of existential, right? They've already made the point of invading a neighbor, right? A democratic neighbor that was not posing them a threat. They created a false narrative of Ukraine because they were somehow threatened by Ukraine on their, doorstep. And I think that's what concerns me, is that, nuclear weapons in theory are used when your country has no other option. But what bothers me is Putin is clearly thinking differently than we are thinking. And he's getting further and further cornered, right? His military isn't doing as well as he would have hoped. So I think their doctrine, particularly on tactical nukes, right, short range nukes, is very different than ours. And that's why we really have to be level-headed when it comes to this issue of WMD.
Can we just take a pause and ask, what is a tactical nuke in terms of what does it do? It's obviously smaller than Hiroshima, the only baseline that we have to judge. But what would it do if it was deployed against forces, against a built-up population in Ukraine?
Well, make no mistake, just because it says the word tactical in front of it, a tactical nuclear weapon is still a devastating weapon. This is why we're watching very, very closely what Russia is doing, what weapons they're moving around, what do they put in Belarus, right? Because those are the kinds of nuclear weapons with the telemetry that could attack in Ukraine, they could hit in Europe, and they are devastating. We're talking destruction of cities, right? This isn't just a small little explosion. It's different than the strategic nuclear weapons that would fly from a place like Russia to the United States, that we've had aimed at each other for a very long time, but it's still devastating. So I think that's what we're watching very closely. And we've been receiving a bunch of briefings in Congress about how Russia's nuclear doctrine is different, right? I would not be surprised if they kept making noise about putting in tactical nukes into the theater. And that, to me, is a very, very important new chapter in this crisis we have to ward off almost at all costs.
Well, absolutely. Can I ask you, as a congresswoman first, do you notice, certainly over this issue and the issue of security, do you notice potentially a bringing together of Congress? Obviously, all we've talked about over the last 4 to 5 years has been the poisonous and partisan, politics that exist there, with no ability to connect at all between Democrat and Republican. Has anything shifted in the response to this crisis?
Absolutely. I mean, I've been in Congress for a little over 3 years, and this is the most bipartisan topic that I have seen. And frankly, I went on a congressional delegation to the Munich Security Conference. It was very bipartisan. And you could feel kind of an energy in the delegation, because after many, many years of disagreeing on pretty much everything, we now were going into these meetings with foreign leaders and working off the same sheet of music. We were tag teaming. It was, Democrats and Republicans on the same page about the threat from Putin and from Russia. And that has continued in Washington with these sanctions packages, with all the aid that we've supported. And then, frankly, even just hearing from President Zelensky, we were all in the same room, Democrat next to Republican. I don't think there was a dry eye in the House, and you could hear a pin drop. And I hope that it's an important moment for us to remember that we are all still Americans, that some of the fights that we have between us make us weaker, and that, we are privileged to live in a system that allows us to have, our freedoms and our lives. And so I'm hoping this crisis kind of reinvigorates that.
And finally, you are a congresswoman, you're an elected official, you have, a tough re-election battle ahead. We've already heard from European leaders how these sanctions, could also hurt their own people, with the rising prices of energy, rising prices of food and all of that. How long do you think the American people will tolerate this? Although a huge and overwhelming majority of them right now want to do what it takes to help Ukraine.
Yeah, well, I think we're already feeling the effects, right? I live in Michigan. Some people in my district drive 40 miles one way to work, and price of gas is about $4.15. So that's record high for us. The price of food is going up and will continue to go up if Ukraine can't plant, during the planting season here. So I think we're already feeling it. The other thing is threat of cyber attack. Right? I don't think we're done seeing what Russia does to retaliate against the United States proper. And I think there's a whole thing about preparedness around cyber attacks. I had a town hall yesterday where we talked, I mean, the topic of conversation was Russia and Ukraine, and then the fallout in the United States and other places. And I do think people are moved by the conflict. They're moved by the struggle of the Ukrainian people. But I also think they want to know that their government has a plan to protect them from, things that prices that get too out of control. So we have to balance. We have to balance our care and concern with things policy that we can implement here at home that actually helps insulate some of our population from the rising costs.
And as you say, there's a long way to go before this is resolved. Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
So our conversation a few hours ago when it was still daylight, and as I mentioned, Madeleine Albright, the first female Secretary of State of the United States, has died at the age of 84. She was a strong diplomat, known to never mince words, and remembered for the unique pins she would wear to send subtle messages to world leaders. According to a family statement, the cause was cancer. She was surrounded by her family and her friends. Correspondent Richard Roth looks back at her legacy.
As a diplomat, where tact and treading gingerly on contentious issues are the norm, Madeleine Albright was never one to mince words.
This is not cojones. This is cowardice.
Whether it was her colorful use of language condemning Cuba for shooting down U.S. pilots, or her strident assessment of the leader of Iraq.
I don't think the world has seen, except maybe since Hitler, somebody who is quite as evil as Saddam Hussein.
The Iraqi dictator was said to be so incensed by Albright's verbal attacks, he published a poem in Iraqi newspapers calling her an unrelenting serpent. Albright's response was one of quiet defiance. From that moment forward, she wore a brooch in the shape of a serpent at every meeting with the Iraqi leadership. And she began using her pins, as she called them, as a way of sending subtle messages without uttering a single word. Born Marie Jana Korbelova to a Czechoslovakian diplomat, Albright and her family fled the former Czechoslovakia after the Nazi invasion in 1939 and later found safe haven in the United States in 1948. She became a U.S. citizen, married media tycoon Joseph Patterson Albright, and had 3 children, all while working on her Ph.D. and learning multiple languages. In 1982, Albright took a prestigious position as professor of international affairs at Georgetown University. But it was the shock of her husband asking for a divorce around that same time that changed the course of her life.
There was an identity crisis. As it turns out, I think those next 10 years were the ones that were the most influential.
She poured herself into her work, becoming foreign policy advisor to then presidential candidate Bill Clinton in 1992. Clinton, in turn, tapped her for the post of U.S. ambassador to the United Nations after he won the White House. As UN ambassador, Albright became known for her tenacity and determination to elevate U.S. interests at the UN through what she called aggressive multilateralism.
We must summon the spine to deter, the support to isolate, and the strength to defeat those who run roughshod over the rights of others.
She pushed hard for U.S. boots on the ground in the Balkans. The U.S. administration chose diplomacy instead, a decision that came at a costly human price. An even bigger regret, the failure of the U.S. to intervene to stop the Rwandan genocide in 1994.
I, Madeleine Corbell Albright.
Lessons learned from her past and the present, as Albright cemented her place in history, becoming the first ever female U.S. Secretary of State on January 23, 1997. When the Kosovo conflict erupted in 1998, Albright lobbied forcefully for NATO intervention. The NATO-led effort helped Kosovo gain independence from Serbian control, and the ICC indicted Serbian President Slobodan Milosevic for war crimes.
Never again will there be massacres and mass graves.
Through it all, Albright's experience as a refugee who found the American dream was omnipresent in her life.
My life reflects both the turbulence of Europe in the middle of this century and the tolerance and generosity of America throughout its existence.
In her later years, Albright's comments in support of Democratic presidential candidate Hillary Clinton backfired.
There's a special place in hell for women who don't help each other.
She apologized for the timing of her so-called undiplomatic moment in a New York Times op-ed and seized the opportunity to make a passionate case for gender equality by saying, My hope is that young women will build on the progress we have made, but that will happen only if women help one another. And for those who do that, there will always be a special place of honor.
And she was absolutely right. Madeleine Albright was a great friend of this show. She was a great friend of ours, all of us who covered the Balkans. And it is incredible to hear and remember her legacy when we're right in the middle of another fight in Europe, which pits the forces of fascism, of dictatorship, against the forces of democracy and those who just want to be free. Now, in some of her last words, she wrote an op-ed for the New York Times in late February, and she said that Ukraine is entitled to its sovereignty no matter who its neighbors happen to be. In the modern era, great countries accept that, and so must Mr. Putin. That is the message undergirding recent Western diplomacy. It defines the difference between a world governed by the rule of law and one answerable to no rules at all. That was at the end of February, just a few weeks before she died. She will be sorely missed. She was a great American, a great patriot, and a great champion for freedom. COVID-19 is back in the news again. A new wave of infections from the Omicron subvariant BA.26 is happening in places like the USA and the UK that have actually loosened restrictions, but also in places like Hong Kong with very strict restrictions still. Dr. Tom Frieden is the former director of the CDC, and he joins Walter Isaacson now to discuss this incoming surge and why now is the time to pick up the pace on public health matters.
Thank you, Christian and Tom Frieden. Welcome to the show.
Great to be here, Walter. Looking forward to speaking with you.
Besides running the Centers for Disease Control, way back you were the Commissioner of Health of the City of New York. I just saw this morning that cases in New York have gone up 47% on average in the past 14 days. Are we starting to see a resurgence in New York City and maybe other places?
I think it's highly likely that we will see a resurgence. What's been happening for the past 2 years is we see it happening in other parts of the world, and somehow we think it's not going to come here. What we're seeing is that the so-called BA.2 variant of the Omicron strain is extremely infectious, much more infectious than even the BA variant, and that was even more infectious than prior variants.
And if it's more infectious, does that mean it is a little bit less deadly as happened with previous Omicron variants, or do we know?
No, it's no less deadly. I think there's a misconception here. How deadly a virus is and how rapidly it spreads are somewhat independent. There are some people who are saying, oh, it'll get milder with time and then kind of be just a common cold coronavirus. That's possible, but we don't know that. The only constant here is change, and the best we can do is to adapt rapidly by learning quickly and acting quickly. It's likely we will see another surge in the US. How deadly that surge is up to us, because it's mostly among the elderly, unvaccinated, and medically vulnerable unvaccinated that we're seeing severe disease.
Well, you say it's up to us, but I assume it's also up to the virus in a way, the variant of the virus, especially for people who are vaccinated and don't have underlying conditions. Do you think this new variant, from what we've seen so far, especially in Europe and the United Kingdom, is not a big problem to people with no underlying conditions who have booster shots and vaccines?
I think that if you're healthy and up to date with your vaccination, very important concept, not fully vaccinated or boosted, but up to date, which means you've gotten the vaccine when you should have gotten it, then you're pretty safe. Now, you could get unlucky and get long COVID. You could get unlucky and get severe COVID, and you could infect someone who is vulnerable and might get severely ill or die. The data from Hong Kong is really striking. Hong Kong was essentially what we call a natural experiment. This was a population that had zero natural immunity from prior infection, and way too low levels of vaccine-induced immunity because the elderly had not been highly vaccinated. And we saw a death rate in Hong Kong 100 times higher than the death rate in New Zealand at similar case rates. That shows how stunningly effective the vaccines are, but also how deadly even the Omicron variant is.
How do we really know how effective the vaccines are over time? I've been booster shotted. I was very early on. I actually have the second booster shot because I was in one of the clinical trials. But they tell me it's really unclear when it starts to fade.
There are some things that will only be determined with time. To know how long immunity is going to last, we have to wait to see if it wanes. That's frustrating. We wish we had a perfect test to tell us, oh, now's the time to do a booster. It's highly likely that people will need an additional booster, but who, when, and whether it makes sense to mix and match vaccines, that we don't know. It's certainly the case that there was no rushing on safety or efficacy to prove that these vaccines save lives and are safe. But it is true that figuring out the exact vaccine schedule, how often, with what interval, which doses, that takes more time.
Is there any downside to getting booster shots after 4 or 5 months?
There's a theoretical risk that if you boost too much, it's going to blunt your immune system's response to the vaccine. I think we should wait, see what the data shows. We're going to learn from around the world. Israel has been giving fourth boosters, or fourth shots with additional boosters. And so we should be able to get information from other countries and from here in the coming months. But yes, I think for people who are vulnerable, getting a fourth shot 5 or 6 months after your third shot makes a lot of sense.
How many people in the United States do you estimate have some immunity now from either vaccines or exposure to the virus?
I would think that we're pushing 90% of people who've either been vaccinated or had an infection with the virus. On the other hand, only about 60% of Americans are up to date with their vaccination. And shockingly, about a third or more than a third of people over the age of 65 are not up to date with their vaccinations. That's more than 15 million seniors. And, unfortunately, this new variant could be coming for them. That's why it's so important to scale up vaccination. If you're vulnerable, up your mask game to an N95. And we all need to see if we can get test and treat much more widely done, because some of the medicines out there are very effective, decreasing the risk of severe illness by 80% or more, but they have to be given quickly. And scaling that up in our country's fragmented and inefficient healthcare system is not going to be easy.
You say that there's an increased risk among the elderly because they haven't been boosted most recently, or some of them aren't boosted. When you look at hospitalization rates of people who went into the hospital because they had COVID, how much worse is it for people who did not have booster shots and people who did have booster shots?
In Hong Kong, where the government has published very informative data, people over the age of 60 who had been vaccinated were 25 times less likely to get hospitalized or have severe illness than those who had been vaccinated at all. And what we've seen from a series of studies is that boosting reminds your immune system how to fight the virus and keeps you out of the hospital.
Well, wait, you tell me we've seen that from a lot of studies. I've not seen those. Tell me what studies we have that show that booster shots, people who do have them go to the hospital much less than those who don't.
Oh, it's very clear from studies in the United Kingdom, in the US, in Israel, and elsewhere, that getting a booster kind of restores your immunity and gets it back to an earlier level of protection from hospitalization, which is extremely high. We're talking 80, 90% plus protection from severe illness.
You talked about long COVID, and you've studied that. New report just came out saying diabetes is something that could happen with long COVID. Tell me how serious and how prevalent long COVID really is. How much should I worry about it? How much should an older person like myself worry about having long COVID?
There's still a lot we don't know about long COVID. And part of that is that the studies haven't been completed. The NIH has a huge amount of money to do these studies, so I'm looking forward to seeing the results coming out of those studies. Other countries are looking at this as well. When we reviewed it in detail, we found that it was strikingly common for people not to feel fully themselves for months afterwards. That might be shortness of breath, a sense of brain fog, loss of sense of smell or taste that can persevere, or weakness. We actually at my organization, Resolve to Save Lives, interviewed people with long COVID and produced a public education series called Voices of Long COVID that the US government is now running nationally. And it's quite striking. You have people who were jogging 5 miles before and can't walk up a flight of stairs. So long COVID is a serious phenomenon. We don't understand well enough what's causing it, how common it is, or how to treat it.
Walter Isaacson there with the former CDC director, Tom Frieden. And that is it for now. Thank you for watching, and goodbye from Brussels.
Hello and welcome. I'm Linda Kincaid at the CNN Center. Tonight, the Ukrainian military pushes back against Russian invaders. We look at the state of the battlefield. It comes as Joe Biden heads to Europe for what is one of the most important trips for a U.S. president in decades. What he and NATO allies hope to achieve. Also ahead this hour, we remember the first female U.S. Secretary of State after Madeleine Albright dies at the age of 84. Well, the mayor of Kyiv says Ukrainians are ready to fight for every building and every street, saying they would rather die than kneel to Russian invaders. He says Russia is escalating attacks on the capital, even as Ukrainian forces make gains in nearby towns. Kyiv's mayor says one person was killed when a parking lot was shelled. But that didn't stop him from holding a news conference on the streets.
This near to Brovary, it's open information. From the west of Ukraine, from the north, in behind the Lutish, and there is big battle. And from official sources, we receive information. Right now, the small city Makariv and almost whole Irpin already in the control is Ukrainian soldier.
In the south, new aerial footage shows the absolute devastation of Mariupol, a strategic Russian target. Ukraine's prosecutor general says the constant bombardment there isn't war, calling it instead genocide. President Volodymyr Zelensky says some 7,000 people escaped Mariupol over the past day. But he says one group traveling along an agreed evacuation route was captured by Russian forces. Well, I want to go live now to Ukraine. CNN's Ben Wiedemann is following developments tonight from Lviv. Good to have you with us, Ben. So this counteroffensive we're seeing by Ukrainian forces is impressive, despite fighting a much bigger, a much better resourced military. They do seem to be reclaiming some territory.
Yeah, well, actually, Linda, when you speak to people here, some will joke that the Russian military is the second most powerful military force in the Ukraine at the moment. What we are seeing does appear to be the biggest Ukrainian counteroffensive so far. Now, we understand that claims are being made that about 80% of the town of Irpin, just outside of Kyiv, has been retaken. That's significant. And Makiev as well, another town outside of Kyiv, has been retaken, although that has not been confirmed yet. But certainly the numbers, the estimates that we're hearing from, for instance, NATO